Okay. So thanks for agreeing to move around a bit for us. We just want to go ahead and introduce ourselves to get started. So welcome everyone. Thanks again for coming today. We're organizing you so that we have some richer conversations amongst different parts of the world, people coming from different parts of the world. Um, And we want to get started by introducing ourselves. I'm Tatiana Bryant. I'm the Director of Teaching, Learning, and Research Services at Barnard College, which is in New York City. And I'm a former OpenCon Berlin Fellow.
I'm Camille Thomas. I'm the Scholarly Communications Librarian at Florida State University in Tallahassee, Florida. And I'm also a former Spark Open Education Fellow.
So today we're going to talk about open access generally, but we're going to also discuss a study that we conducted fairly recently, looking at perceptions of open access, particularly among Black, Indigenous, and people of color faculty. Um, and we chose to collaborate on this project due to our professional and personal interest in advancing open initiatives. So we're both Black women who have held tenure track faculty appointments. And that's one of the reasons why we were interested in exploring the incentives and the disincentives for open access publishing. Um, Particularly for Black, Indigenous, and people of color faculty who are going through the promotion and tenure processes at their own colleges and universities. For this study, for this work, this research, we received grants from the Association of College and Research Libraries, as well as from the Lumina Foundation. And both of the grantors have specific interests in increasing diversity, equity, and inclusion in scholarly communications. So what brings us to QQML? We're here to present the qualitative study that we conducted in 2020. And this study is going to be published in a forthcoming issue of College and Research Libraries, a special issue on open access. And I think that's late 2023, early 2024. Um, and for this study, we interviewed an international pool of 38 faculty who identify as Black, Indigenous, and/or people of color. And we're going to shorten that to BIPOC moving forward throughout the presentation. And we wanted to focus on this population because this population is historically underrepresented in academia. Our focus groups were semi-structured with a controlled set of questions and some follow-up questions that we asked as participants elaborated on their own experiences and knowledge of open access. We collected racial and ethnic identities, as well as gender and professional status and institutional size. And we used grounded theory method, grounded theory to analyze our results. Part of the work around using grounded theory was coding themes, emerging from perceptions and lived experiences of our participants. Um, One thing our participants highlighted about their perceptions of the culture or the lack of culture around open access at their institutions. Um, our participants did identify a lot of informal messaging and experiences with the publishing process, which illustrated inequities in the scholarly communication landscape. Some of the outcomes of this study we're hoping will benefit libraries by encouraging empathy, critical examinations of open access, and informing the outreach specifically to BIPOC faculty in different models of scholarly communication services. So for our agenda for today, for the time that we have together, we want to discuss open access broadly. Um, we'll talk a bit more in detail about the methods and the analysis for our study later on. And then we have some observations around um, how, how and why we collected the data that we did for our study, some of the intentional approaches we used around collecting demographic data specifically for our BIPOC study participants that might be interesting or useful. Um, for anyone who wants to kind of replicate what we did.
So for this study, we defined open access as the free, immediate online availability of research articles, coupled with the rights to use these articles fully in the digital environment. Open access ensures that anyone can access and use these results to turn ideas into industries and breakthroughs into better lives. And that definition comes from SPARC, the Scholarly Publishing and Academic Resources Coalition. And then you'll see that we have this kind of chart about open science, which is kind of a term for um, open access, but more broadly in the research process. We focused on open access in terms of publishing for the most part, but we wanted to include this to show the principles of open access that look to take opportunities to make it more inclusive and reproducible and accessible than some of the traditional ways of publishing, because there are opportunities with it being public. And we wanted to pair everyone together because we know that the policies and practices for open access vary by region, by country. And we also found this really throughout a lot of the responses from our participants, because their studies and their research communities, the participants in their research were, not just in the US, and oftentimes interdisciplinary as well. So yeah.
I X this out because it's annoying me. So we asked everyone to break into these groups, and we want to spend maybe about 10 minutes or so getting to know people in your group, specifically around these particular questions. So the first question is, are you familiar with open access and how did you learn about it? The second is, what is open access like in your country or region? So like, what is the policy or public use of research? What are the challenges there? What are the benefits? And how does OA in your region compare to the US or whoever you're speaking with in your group? It seems pretty US heavy here, so we might do that as a comparison. So if we can spend maybe 10 minutes or so in your small groups getting to discuss these questions here, and then we'll take some time to share out afterward.
And if you're watching virtually, you can, oh, you turned it off.
If you're watching virtually, we'll pause.
So some limitations, as Tatiana said, we wanted a larger STEM population. We did have STEM participants, but we also felt from our experience that because open access can vary widely in terms of practices, even among the different disciplines in STEM or social science, like that the participation that we had was still not really representative of STEM experiences because it can be very different. Like biology is very open compared to chemistry, which has been a lot more done a lot more traditional publishing until recently. Um, and we did do a round to recruit for more STEM participants, but yeah, we had we had a lot of trouble. We had hardly. It was just very difficult. We ended up like forfeiting that additional focus group. Like what is this? What am I trying to think of? We ended up not doing it because we couldn't get participation. Um, we wanted a larger international population in our sample. Then we ended up having a lot of US participation, but the objective of the study originally was to have have wide participation in different regions. We also failed to ask explicitly about microaggressions and discrimination that they already face in their department, on campus, or discipline, because this type of study hadn't really been done on faculty perceptions of open access specifically. When we looked at BIPOC faculty experiences generally in the academy, we did see kind of specific discrimination that people faced, and including in publishing, and that's not something that we planned to ask them about. So when we did compare and during the analysis, we found that that was a limitation. So some of the themes and sub-themes that did emerge, many of them were introduced to open access in graduate school. Many of the humanities faculty were introduced to open access through digital humanities. And that was new for me. I hadn't heard that before, since a lot of digital humanities was newer, and a lot of the open access colleagues that I know kind of see it as a way of humanities being open, but I think the participation in it has evolved. So that was a really interesting finding, or a theme that came up. And then many of them were introduced through special issues of publications. So where they might regularly publish, but they would have a special issue that was made open access. And they were included in that. And that's kind of their first experience. But it wasn't something that they set out intentionally to do. Motivation to support their research communities. So they're the subjects of their studies, their colleagues, practitioners, often in a lot of fields, particularly social sciences, would often have a practitioner counterpart, like education, for example, and then students. So in a lot of general studies, uh, altruism was a motivating factor for publishing open access for faculty. So information being free, the idea that, yes, of course, like the public and other researchers should have access to research. But the BIPOC faculty were really specific about their full research communities having access to it, to the research, including participants. And a lot of them did studies on topics or in different regions, or topics that would apply to different regions, or had colleagues and subject matter that applied to different regions or different communities. And so part of that was a social justice mission, either personally or within their subdiscipline, or at their institution. A few of them said, "Oh, our institution has a social justice mission in the university mission, but that doesn't seem to line up with the kind of support that we get for making our research public." um, contingent labor and additional risk of not receiving promotion and tenure. Uh, Often, so I think the majority of our participants were tenure track or had tenure. But a lot of them had experiences as postdocs or adjuncts before getting in their permanent position, or they were, you know, at a small institution where they didn't really have there weren't as many opportunities, or they had, contingent labor, and so they weren't always able to even access the resources to make their work open access early on in their career, like access to institutional funding for article processing charges or larger grants and things like that. And then they were, as many of you brought up, promotion and tenure and those high impact journals definitely came up in the responses. And many of them were concerned about, they already were experiencing some marginalization or barrier to, like, often their research topics being marginalized, or where they were publishing. And things like that, they were already worried about not getting tenure, as all faculty, but particularly as BIPOC faculty, sometimes their work may be different from their colleagues in their area. And so to have the additional visibility of them publishing open um, was more of a risk factor to them. So even though they had the motivation to do it, they had that concern, which everyone did, but they really emphasized that. And we found in the general studies for BIPOC in the academy that um, I think it was like BIPOC faculty were more likely to not receive tenure. Um, just in general. And so, like, so that really that did show up in some of the related research that we saw. Higher visibility. So in terms of risk, but also they brought it up that even in peer review, which we talk a lot about being the indicator of quality besides high impact, they were concerned that because they had such specific research topics, or there are fewer BIPOC faculty at a lot of institutions, that even when the peer review was blind, that they would still be kind of identified, and maybe if someone had any, whether it was discrimination because of their background or just university politics or something, that someone would judge their research with bias, or they had noticed that it was just very easy to identify people even in the blind review process. um, and then another theme that emerged is that many of them, they did discuss that, like, um, funders, like the health funders and science funders of grants, but they were often not included in the networks. One respondent in particular was saying they applied to one grant, it was the same research, and then they were denied, and then they found a partner at like a prestige institution, and then they were funded. So it was like the exact same research topic. So and I think sometimes this can happen generally. We see a lot of Harvard or like flagships in a region like get funding. But I think that a lot of the BIPOC participants particularly brought that up because they don't necessarily have those networks. They don't necessarily like know those people, the prominent people. They may not be able to be at an institution that can fund them to go to the big conferences where a lot of these networks happen, for example. Or it could be other reasons. But these are some of the major themes that we saw. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh no.
Um, all right. Potential applications.
Okay. So okay. So those were the results and the themes. And so based on this information, some of the potential applications that we saw were new models for funders to support marginalized scholars, signaling from administrators in support of open access, and particularly at the institutional level, as well as incentive programs. So not just institutional funding for article processing charges, but also some recognition and promotion and tenure, or awards, or some way for there to be recognition for public scholarship, particularly for institutions that have a social justice mission, or emphasize, the impact of their research on their community or the world where the institution is. And then aligning promotion and tenure with open access. And we were invited to present some of these findings and applications at the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Math. Um, and in when we produced output for the scholarly communications notebook, which is a part of a project to um, provide teaching resources for library students. Um, we had we've submitted things that were about doing outreach for BIPOC faculty, or making considerations for different contexts for open access publishing, as well as data analysis for maybe running similar things like similar focus groups at their institution, or just any kind of assessment that they were doing. Um, so yeah.
You want to talk about ORFG?
Yeah. Oh yeah. So one of the other um, invitations that we received was to serve on the Open Research Funders Group. They created an advisory group, an equity advisory group. So it's a group of several funders, like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, or the Gates Foundation, I think it's called now. Hewlett, Lumina Foundation. There's a few different funders that are part of that group, and they have an agenda or a history of funding projects that further open access or make things publicly available. And that group was looking to discuss new models for funders to support marginalized scholars. I think also as a response to Plan S in Europe. So more of a call for funders to other funders besides the sort of large granting agencies to support open access. As I think someone said earlier, like when that happens, then suddenly people pivot and now they're paying attention. And so the Open Research Funders Group was interested in doing that, and having those different funders look at equitable models. And they did come up with one. It was really exciting. They're starting to implement it and do some training with the different funders, do some different ways of collecting proposals, and changing some of the language that is used so that it's a little bit more accessible for people. Like we talked about earlier, sometimes people are interested in open access practices, but they are using different terminology, for example. So yeah.
This one?
Yeah. I can do that one. I think originally I skipped one. I'm sorry. I skipped this slide. I could do that. I skipped this slide in my notes. And so some of the lessons learned beyond the limitations was to plan for a longer timeline. I think originally we sought to do the research collection and analysis and like publish in like a year or something. It did not happen in a year. We did start the planning in, I think, 2019, and then did the data collection in 2020. So I think we would have planned for a longer timeline. And I think we didn't anticipate so many different outputs and like advisory groups and invitations that we would get for this study. I think we thought that would come after the article was published. but it was very timely. A lot of these conversations were happening more broadly. Um, and like we said, the study there had not been a study like this, even though open access has been around for a while. Um, some future areas for research is a STEM BIPOC faculty study. We would we think that this study for us is coming to a close, but we think it would be really important for there to be a study on STEM BIPOC faculty, and for somebody to carry that on for future research. Um, Also, we had to have participants reconsent for a data paper. We wanted to publish a data paper and make the data available. Uh, but we only got about 50% of reconsent. So that wasn't something that we put in the original consent form. So we did have to reach back out to participants. And, you know, as you can imagine, some people had joined a circus. So, so we would need another 50% to publish it at this point, which we might do. We were talking about it the other day.
Yeah, that would be good modeling for.
Yeah, we would, because we really want to release the data. Yeah.
So I want to thank everyone again for putting yourselves in these groups. And I'm hoping that you can just spend a couple of minutes now with your groups, just thinking through these questions. How do you support scholars to publish open access or create public scholarship at your institution? And you might have tackled that a bit in the earlier conversation. And then the second thing we want you to discuss is how might we leverage what is different about open access instead of replicating inequities in traditional publishing? So these are kind of like weighty things, but if you want to take a couple of minutes, thanks.
Go on, I have the picture. she can raise her hand or speak if she can hear us. Yes. We are mute. No, we are mute. No, I'm here. This is on mute. Yeah, I'm on mute. And we're sure that we don't have a presentation for her.
There's yours to chat.
Κάτσε να δούμε με πόσο που ήταν η νέα κοπέλα. Κάτσε να δούμε πόσο θα presentation κάτι.
Όχι, δεν είμαστε μία πρώτη, δεν είναι πίσω. Είναι του. Και σχέση του. Είναι δύο πάρκοβιτς. Έχει να ανοίξουμε ένα φυτά αυτή που είναι. Άλλα δύο.
I think this one,
Yes.
here.
Denitsa.
Participants, it's also virtual.
That's the next one.
The next one, but we are searching for this one, yes. We don't have a presentation and it seems that she's not here.
It's Denitsa Mladenova.
Next one and maybe she will appear.
Okay.
Yes.
Adela Jarolikova. Limkova.
Yes. Adela, yes. Hello.
Yes, I'm here.
How are you?
Hello.
Hello, should I share my presentation? Should I begin with my presentation?
Sorry, just wait a moment, please. We're going to see you, yes. You can start searching, you can start sharing your screen if you want, and you can start.
Okay.
The next presentation is data sharing, an integral part of research practice. Adela Jarolimkova, Barbara Drobikova. Adela, you can start.
Thank you. So good afternoon. I'm very glad to have the possibility to present our topic of data sharing. Let me first introduce myself. I'm from the Institute of Information Studies and Librarianship in Prague, Charles University. And we started with the topic of data sharing some 6 years ago when we participated in a large study, international study on research data management and data sharing, and then we proceeded with some smaller studies, and now I would like to present an overview of the data sharing landscape, because I think it's very interesting topic, and libraries can do many things to support data sharing. So when I talk about data sharing, I mean, I use the definition of Kristin Borgman that data sharing is a release of research data for use by others, and it can take many forms from the open data sharing to sharing on request. And it can seem it's a new issue, but it's been discussed since the 60s when the first data repositories were built. And what are the main reasons why to share data, why to give data to others? Well, it supports the ability to reproduce and verify research. And by sharing data, you make the publicly funded research available to the public. It can support decision-making on both governmental and commercial level. It you can ask new questions and do a secondary analysis with data. and data sharing supports scientific progress and transparency and trustworthiness of science. There are many factors that influence data sharing, and it's been already a topic of some frameworks and also systematic reviews. And what we've decided to do as a qualitative systematic review with two main research questions. So what are the main factors that influence data sharing, both positively and negatively? And of course, we try to find the main topics and the main factors and what libraries can do in this. Well, at the beginning, there were more than 1,000 records retrieved from Web of Science, Scopus, and Google Scholar. And at the end of the process of the application and relevance screening, there were 83 studies that were incorporated into the analysis. And these studies were read very thoroughly and coded for factors influencing data sharing. Just to give you the brief overview of the included studies, 58 of them were quantitative character, 20 qualitative, and 5 studies used more than one data collection methods. The most popular data collection method was a survey with 59 studies using this method, 20 followed by 23 using interviews. And interestingly, there were also 2 randomized controlled trials on data sharing incentives. And 25 of the studies were multidisciplinary. The others focused just on one on data sharing in one scientific field. And what can be said, because the methods are very different, and that's why no meta-synthesis, meta-analysis is possible. But it seems that the numbers of researchers that either share or want to share data are promising, but there are still many obstacles and many things that influence data sharing negatively. As I've already said, we coded the factors in all of the studies, and we grouped them in categories. And finally, we built a framework that we call HIFO. It stands for hopes, incentives, fears, and obstacles. You can see there are 4 main quadrants of the framework, and I just briefly characterize each of them. So hopes, so we see as positive outcomes or experiences that the researchers hope to achieve by sharing their data. Incentives are also positive, and these are external stimuli that drive or would drive researchers to share their data. And on the other side, on the negative side, there are fears, just reactions to potential threats that are associated with data sharing. So what might happen to the researchers themselves or others if their data are shared. And the last part is made by obstacles. These are viewed as something of an objective nature, independent of the researcher, but it stands in the way of data sharing. Well, as every attempt at categorization, the categories are not disjunctive. You can see on this rough picture that some codes fall in more than one category. And what can be incentive on one hand can be also an obstacle on the other. I will now briefly go through all the categories and mention the most prominent things, most prominent factors that influence the things. So when we talk about hopes, uh, so something positive that the researcher hope to achieve, I've already mentioned some benefits to the society and to the scientific community. So there is something called the scientific beneficence. So the researcher hope to contribute to something beyond his or benefits. But on the personal level, what does researchers hope to get for themselves? Mainly to be cited and to be visible. Also, when there is a strong data sharing culture, data sharing can bring you collaboration and networking opportunities. Maybe the possibility to being listed as co-author and to also to get feedback on your research. But this can be a little bit tricky because getting feedback means not only to positive feedback, but also and this falls to the fears category. You can get negative feedback. I will talk about it later. So these are the first things connected to the researchers' hopes. Well, many things that fall into the category of incentives could be also viewed as obstacles when there is a lack of them. It applies mostly to the infrastructure and resources because the available and easily usable infrastructure is a great incentive for researchers to publish their data. When they get funding for it, it's also very good. But on the other hand, when there is a lack of it, it's a great obstacle. What is also important, existing regulation on several levels, on the level of funding agencies, journals, and institutions, because formal requirements to share data motivate researchers to do it. And more informal seems to be so-called data sharing culture. What does it mean? It applies mostly to scientific communities or scientific fields, and it is something that data sharing is valued. It is expected. Data sets are something that is considered as a scientific output. It is citable, and this all creates a strong data sharing culture that influences the researchers to pursue data sharing. And what is also very important to have control over data, it can have a formal it can be formalized in some kind of data sharing agreement, or it can be, of course, based on trust within the community and between the parties. So now we move to the negative side and what
5 minutes more.
okay, yeah, I'm and the greatest fear is connected to the ethical and legal issues, and it borders on misuse of data and misinterpretation, something that can harm the participants or the researchers themselves. I think we can all know what are sensitive data. What is also interesting, researchers fear the loss of the scientific edge, that their ideas could be stolen or they infringe they infringe the intellectual property rights. So these are fears. And I've already mentioned the lot of things that fall into the category of obstacles. So I will shortly comment only on the last one, which is power asymmetry, and it it is connected with studies from low and middle income countries where the researchers view it as a disadvantage that they have to publish their data, but they have not as resources as their Western colleagues. So there is a new thing we can call power asymmetry. Okay, I'm coming to the conclusion. To sum up, data sharing is definitely viewed as important and as an integral part of the research practice, but it is not as widely practiced as could be due to the above mentioned reasons. The framework that I briefly introduced could be used for researching the motives and barriers in a complex way, but it has not been verified empirically as yet, so it waits for the verification. And I think libraries can do much in supporting data sharing. So, and it is necessary to view it as an integral part of the library services. So that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Okay. Έκανε presentation. Μην κάνεις unmute. Ναι, μην κάνεις unmute. Βάζεις το presentation. Είναι εδώ όμως. Όχι. Αυτό είναι. Αυτό παρουσιάσαμε, ναι. Το επόμενο είναι εδώ.
Ivan
Polakova. Ivan,
yeah, he's here. Okay.
Ivan.
You didn't mention. We're searching. Where is he? So we have your presentation, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
I sent two of them.
Which one is your presentation?
Which one?
The last one.
The last
I think that one, number two.
Number two.
Just open it.
1 minute.
Yeah. Να σου πω κάνει όμως.
Let me see the last slide, please.
What?
Can I see the last slide?
Πρέπει να ανοίξουμε το κάτω να κάνει share και να μην είναι mute. Εντάξει. Αυτό μόνο.
No, that's not the one.
The other one?
Yes, that's
Okay,
the right one.
We should share it.
Το ανοίγω από εδώ.
Through WebEx. Εδώ να το.
Δεν το φαίνεται.
Να το κάτω.
Ναι.
Okay.
Share.
Share. Δεν είμαστε mute. Okay. Another share. Okay.
Okay.
Κάνω το και ολόκληρο. Oops.
Skip.
Yeah. You know, if you don't have the mouse, you cannot do nothing. Okay. Up.
Our next presentation is Intellectual Property Right Awareness among students of Faculty of Kinesiology. And from University of Zagreb, it's Ivan Kolakovac and Eva Barkovic.
End of time. Yeah, we're out of time. Thank you very much.
Bye.
And it's Ivan Kolakovac.
Can you just Adela, move a bit, Adela,
Yeah, Adela, you should move Adela, yes. Adela, sorry for that.
and put on the full screen?
Full screen, yes.
Yeah. Full screen is,
A little bit higher.
Is it on?
sorry.
No, a little bit higher.
Yeah, here.
Yes.
You see,
Oh.
if you're not
Oh,
blind,
Adela is moving.
we have a guest. Now she's not here anyway. I cannot move her from the PC. It's forced there. You cannot.
You can move it up. And move it up.
No.
Up.
I don't have it.
But we don't see her
We don't see her in
on our screen.
Yeah.
Aha.
This is the fact. This is the I mentioned. Sorry. Now I will. Sure. I cannot touch her.
She's untouchable.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, I cannot.
Yes, it's okay.
Now he can't present because it's on his screen now. It moved from there. It come here. Don't laugh. It's serious. Yeah. Okay. I think you should.
We are 3 years after.
We should put it on full screen and then everyone will listen to me. So, huh?
Give it 1 second. It's gonna move. I think.
Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah. I will do it again because it's. Oh yeah, we are here.
Are we?
Yeah.
Can I-
I think every obstacle seems to be better for you because you are gaining time to get in contact with people. So
Let me just check. Can I move?
it's moving.
It's not moving.
It's moving.
It's moving here, but not on the.
Okay, I will just.
Perhaps.
I don't have. I will do it again.
Maybe if we close it and open again.
It's okay. I think now it's gonna move.
Move.
Yeah, and full screen.
Yes. Thank you for waiting and being patient. My name is Ivan. I'm from Zagreb, Croatia. I'm head of the library at Faculty of Kinesiology, University of Zagreb. And me and my colleague Eva did short research on intellectual property rights awareness among students at Faculty of Zagreb, University of Zagreb, Faculty of Kinesiology. So, in the era of globalization, there is a pressing need to inform college students about intellectual property rights and related law. Real production, the driving force behind every nation's progress, may be created from intellectual property. College students should cultivate their awareness of intellectual property rights because they will be the primary producers and users of intellectual property in the future. Students currently face issues such as lack of education courses, lack of knowledge reserves, and lack of legal thinking about intellectual property. Intellectual property is an integral part of sports world. Sports and its related activities are developing along with several new phenomena, difficulties and risks, requiring strict observation and legal compliance. The rise of counterfeiting and piracy has many negative impacts on society and the world of sports. The two primary IP rights in sports historically have been copyright and trademarks. While copyright and trademarks serve as the foundation for many industries, such as broadcasting, fashion, and brand value, it is important to use other types of IP rights to protect content and creative work. For instance, the development of advanced technology has led to an increase in research-based cutting-edge athletic goods. These goods consequently need robust patent protection. Every sport possesses an innovative element, but without IP, sports cannot develop into a profitable asset. To obtain the necessary data from the participants, a questionnaire was created in Microsoft Forms about the awareness of intellectual property rights. The students' demographic data was gathered in the first section, 4 questions about sex, age, year of study, and average grade. The second part consisted of several statements to evaluate students' comprehension of IPR definitions and duration of its legal protection. The final section consisted of a list of questions to test students' knowledge in the various categories of IP. The questionnaire consisted of 24 statements concerning patent, trademark, copyright, and design. Students were asked to judge whether a statement is true, false, or they were uncertain. Participants in the voluntary survey were made up of 4th-year students at the University of Zagreb Faculty of Kinesiology. After quality assessment, 50 students were included in the estimated sample size. Microsoft Excel was used for data analysis. The gender distribution showed that 68% of the volunteers are male, while the remaining 32% of respondents are women. Regarding the age distribution of the kinesiology students, 72% of them are in early 20s. As for the average grade, 66% of students have the grade 4. The percentage of correct responses on connecting intellectual property right with its proper definition showed that students' understanding of basic intellectual property rights, the proper understanding of IP definition, was a topic that students demonstrated a deep understanding of. Patent was most recognized right, whereas copyright was least understood. The percentage of correctly recognized intellectual property right and its duration illustrates the level of students' understanding of intellectual property rights duration. The respondents' knowledge indicated that they are not informed on the length of protection. The results showed that 26% knew how long copyright protection lasts. 20% were informed on the duration of design protection. 12% were familiar with the lasting of trademark, while only 8% knew how long patent rights last. 7 statements made up the group of statements pertaining to patent knowledge. More than 50% of students correctly answered only 3 of the statements. Almost 90% of students are aware of the issues surrounding the secrecy of inventions. They are aware that they must withhold the invention from the public until it has been patented. 48% of them were aware that a patent needs to address an issue that mankind was confronting and be used in daily life. They had the least understanding of the idea that patents only have exclusive rights in the country in which they were given, as well as the fact that an invention is owned by the employer, not the inventor, if it is made during the employment contract. Less than 20% of the students knew that exclusive patent rights only apply in the nation or territory where the patent is granted. Only 8% of kinesiology students were aware of the time frame of the patent right. 5 suggestions made up the group of knowledge-related assertions concerning trademark rights. More than 60% of students correctly answered the 4 questions about trademarks, while only 30% of the students correctly answered the question about trademark registration, demonstrating that the respondents' knowledge of intellectual property rights in relation to trademark is high. According to the knowledge of the respondents, 84% of them can identify registered trademark symbols, although only 16% of the students were aware that trademark must have a form of drawing, symbol, or other visual representation. Data show that respondents had a basic understanding of copyrights and IPR. Nearly 60% of students knew that copyright laws are enforced in the nation in which they are enacted, and 80% of students correctly responded to the statement that the author has the right to forbid the use of his work. Only 28% of them knew that copyright protection is automatically required without registration, even though they were aware that stores cannot legally play music without the author's permission, and that authors can prevent changes to the content of their works. Respondents claim that learning about copyrights gives them a chance to protect their work that is related to their academic activities. Respondents are neither aware nor informed according to the indication for the length of time that copyright is usable. There is no need to register copyright, and if a teacher works full-time at a school, the copyright and the class presentation slides made for instructional use in his or her school typically does not belong to him or her. Students demonstrated low knowledge in their responses to these claims. Most of the respondents, 60% of them, are aware that industrial design protects the ornamental elements of an object. The same number of students were aware that design incorporates two-dimensional elements like lines, patterns, and color. Only 24% of the respondents were aware that an idea cannot be protected by a registered design. The results showed that the most well-known IP types are copyright and industrial design, followed by trademark and patent. This comes as no surprise given the amount of exposure and interaction students have with written works of authors throughout their schooling in elementary and secondary school. University students can grasp copyrights, patents, trademarks, and industrial design to some level, according to our study findings. A better understanding of IPR is essential since the consequences of infringement of the protected works, ideas, and creations must result in sanctions. The responses attest to a lack of education when it comes to the length of time that a patent, trademark, copyright, and industrial design remain protected. The ever-evolving field of research is growing in popularity across all industries, which demands awareness of intellectual property. To protect the ideas of a creator, one must have a fundamental understanding of their legal rights. The results of this study show that students require thorough explanation of IPR and its application. The findings, despite the limited sample size in one faculty, may only be viewed as preliminary and offer some guidance for further research. To verify the results, similar studies could be conducted in other universities and institutions of higher learning. IP education must be incorporated into university learning programs due to the growing significance and value of intellectual property rights. Institutions should create resources like a guidebook on intellectual property rights to wider distribution for students. Additionally, continuing to hold seminars, project and training sessions will help both the faculty and students. To prevent misuse, students should be given examples of the meaning, function, and differences of IP. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last presenter is here also, or he's online.
Claudine Genda.
Yes, it's Claudine Genda here. Yeah, she's here.
And
Can escape.
escape.
We'll see how lucky you are. Yes.
Unescapable. Hey, but
Να βρούμε την καταβάσεων αυτό, να βρούμε την presentation. Εδώ την κλείνουμε, να βρούμε την έχουμε. Ωραία. Θα το κάνουμε το μεγαλώνεις, να το κάνουμε full screen, κάνουμε share την οθόνη. Θα παίρνω εδώ. Και μπαίνουμε.
το έτσι.
Πού είναι το web?
Να.
Να βρούμε εδώ. Και share. Double share. Να κάνουμε.
My session is between this and lunch. So I vote we just break and go to lunch. Actually, I'm willing to donate 3 minutes of my time. If you want to stand up and stretch, stand inside. I know we've been sitting for a long time. Feel free to do that.
You can do that.
Yeah.
I mean,
So you,
Center for Kinesiology and Human Science.
This is good. Next presentation is information sources for studying racial inequality in the classroom, the case of agriculture. And this is Claudine Genda. Will you introduce
yes,
yourself?
thank you. You remind me when I have 5 minutes left.
Yes. Don't worry.
Yes. Yes, good afternoon.
I'll give you more if you need.
United States. Yeah. As introduced, my name is Claudine Genda. I am a science librarian at Auburn University Libraries in the US. It's one of the countries to the southern part of the US. And I also serve as a liaison for the College of Agriculture. My presentation will highlight data sources for studying racial inequality on agriculture-related topics. I don't know what your experience is like. What I know is each time I've tried to discuss race with anybody, a fight breaks out, right? It's a topic that tends to polarize as you discuss race and how it happens. The tendency is for one group to identify with the victims or to feel victimized, and another group tends to feel blamed as perpetrators, which is not the intent. We need everybody to work together. So how do you discuss race and raise awareness of racial inequity with students? That's the challenge that we have, and allow them to engage the topic, have an understanding and contribute to it, because it really needs input from everybody. We realize race is an increasing problem in the United States and indeed all over the world. There you go. This. Okay, it moved. It moved and went away. So on the next slide, what we have captured is just an image of typical image we see in the news media of populations, people in a crisis. That's on the next page. This one. People in a crisis is a form of protest. Lots of people.
It's moving here, but not there. I have to do it again. I think ήδη το είπε. Παίζει. Ναι, το ίντερνετ λες. Γιατί κολλάει συνέχεια. Μας εγγυήσει τα λεπτά.
What we are seeing on the next screen is an image of people typical who are protesting, people in a crisis, and protesting because there's been an oppression of an individual or of communities.
Yeah.
And an image like this one is an expression of the need for things to change. That diversity, all of us working together, is important. Now, as educators, we also know that our students see images like this even more because of social media, that they are drawn into multiple streams of conversations and debates, as well as activism. Now, what is the what is she present? Yes. what is the librarian's role or response to racial equity crisis? What role can a library or information professional play to improve the situation? Some quick things to consider about racism. This slide is just showing some quick pointers that racism is actually very, very systemic, very structural. Historically, it's been that way even up to the present moment. Our democracies are affected. Education is affected. Healthcare is affected. Our day-to-day livelihoods, all of those are the very fabric of society. Racism is a component of that. It did start with the enslavement of African peoples as a social ill and a moral ill. And there have been efforts to dismantle it, Civil War being one of the most dramatic, decisive moments in the US, where northern states fought the Southern Confederacy and were successful at dismantling racism. However, the practices, day-to-day practices continued. We are aware of the American civil rights with Martin Luther King as a key player. There, the aim was to advocate for the rights of individuals. And up to this day, that with the Civil Rights Act of 1954, after a 10-year period of struggle, we now have a right that prohibits discrimination based on race, based on color, based on sex, based on religion, and based on national origin. And the United States Constitution also has very similar human rights protections. The reality is we have a few individuals who are proponents of racism. It still continues, racism and hate. And the hatred is towards peoples whose heritage is non-Western Europe. And that can be extended also to individuals who have non-Christian faiths and beliefs. On the next slide, there I thought maybe for a second we all could relive what our world would look like if we did not have racism. If we had a cohesive society where different backgrounds, cultures, experiences are valued and celebrated, where all of us are committed to a new civility, what would that look like? And each one of the points is attempting to capture what that moment might look like. Biologically, I'm a biology major. I know that we would be one of the strongest species if we allowed all our differences to play and to use them as an asset. We would be the strongest species with the best survival rate. And that's compared to now where the annihilation of the human race is a very real possibility. We do get glimpses of what a cohesive society would look like. I always think of the Olympics. I think of music when you see musicians performing. When you see sports, any soccer fans in here, different races all playing together, or where you have individuals with a common cause wanting to do a greater good to impact society or uplift or inspire others. Those moments show us a glimpse of what our world would look like. If we utilized all our differences, we would be allowing a lot of viewpoints and therefore have a lot of creativity in how we solve our problems. Every individual would have an opportunity to grow to their fullest potential and contribute to society. Governments would have some of the best and robust workforces and better economies and truly operate as global citizens in a global society if we let our differences, play those down. On the next slide, as information professionals, what is a possible role that we could play? And here, we know that we have a job of disseminating information to our users, and we have a job to make sure that all our students and library users are information literate. One-on-one or in classes, we routinely teach information search strategies and assist in locating information on various topics, including those who seek to understand racial justice topics. In this presentation, what I am proposing, and I'm sure there are many others, is that in our duties, we be very intentional in teaching our students how to access data, how to analyze data, and let that data reveal and inform them about race, as well as intersections with gender, for example. At Auburn, we had a campus-wide call about 4 years ago, just before the pandemic, for all academic faculty to redesign all their coursework to make sure that they include a racial equality component to them as much as possible, or include racial justice. They also could include sustainability topics, how to utilize materials sustainably. They could also include climate justice topics. And faculty took up the challenge, and there are several courses there where those components are included. And the workshops included a deliberate pairing up of the librarians with academic faculty to see if librarians can bring information into those courses that allow students to discuss racial topics or social justice topics more fully without the emotions that come with those topics. These are examples, for example, of research topics that lend themselves very well to discussing social justice, discussing race, food insecurity, for example, poverty, income inequalities that can play across race, how it plays out across race, as well as across male, female, small farms, healthcare disparities, climate justice, environmental racism, and degradation of environments. How does that play out? How are marginalized populations by race impacted by that compared to other populations? Mass incarceration, mass imprisonments, how do those play out? If we gave students the data, are they going to see what is happening today, that imprisonments of some races, especially African Americans, most of the young men in the US definitely, by the time they reach about adolescent age on, they are already in prison. The majority are in prison. Can students use data to discuss that and then discuss why that is the case? So these would be examples of topics. And on the next slide, we are seeing also educators. The reference that I've given is a Harvard study. That's educators who are calling for approaches to teaching such that, we do not just lecture students and let them passively read information in their books, but instead giving inquiry-based learning. These educators are calling for an ability for students to gain skills and in various areas, multi-literacies, so not just information literacy. For our field, that might play out being information literacy, but in addition, students should have data literacy skills, digital literacy skills, multicultural literacy skills, being able to think outside of their culture and see how situations impact other culture. Media literacy, that you can't just trust what we see in the media. Our students need skills in those areas as well. So this study, the most important thing to remember is that the authors are proponents of imparting multiliteracy skills to better prepare students to function in our complex world. On the next, oh, yes, thank you. On the next slide, I've been fortunate to work at Auburn with a faculty member who is really keen on students learning. And for about 10 years, there have been two courses, one in natural resources, another one on food insecurity. With this faculty member, over the 10-year period, we've been attempting to bring these strategies, data literacy in the classes, in addition to the students discussing course readings and all of that. The courses that have been redesigned, usually you have faculty librarian collaborations, you introduce data literacy that unpack social justice themes. The students are assigned a semester-long project, they don't like that. But with a librarian in class, you are like a partner in their learning, and you leverage as many data sources, and they report on the project from time to time. On the next slide, these are very simple examples of data resources that can be used in the US. Data from the federal government, that's the richest source of data. US Census, for example, goes back to 1790. Social Explorer is a user-friendly version of that. The same with Census of Agriculture. Data goes back by the Department of Agriculture back to 1840. Food Data Central, that's food scientists and researchers there. They've analyzed every food commodity, food that's eaten in the US, and shown the nutrient makeup and composition of that food. So these would be examples of resources we'll release to study food insecurity. On the next slide, carefully planned lessons. For example, here, the southern part of the US, we're seeing a US map. And that map, the map of Alabama, is showing different counties, communities there. The areas that is been graded in gray, this is an area that used to have the largest slave populations and plantations, we call it the Black Belt. So the assignment would be for each student to pick up two counties, one from an urban area and another one from the Black Belt region, and then begin to collect as much data as they can on each one of these counties and discuss what that data is showing. So on the next slide, we see, for example, a US population, a macro view. Then if we go on the next slide, that same census data has lots of subtopics. You have data by age, you have race, you have education. Then on the next slide, the same data repackaged where to show just social indicators, for example. Here, the students can look at their communities and see if the population have a high school education or college degree. They can see which families are single family homes. Under economic characteristics, they can see how much household income is available to everyone in that community. They collect that data. Do the people own the home? What age of the people and race or national origin are possible? All that data is available. On the next slide. With simple data like that, students begin to see information such as this one here. They are seeing a county, Shelby County, is northern part of Alabama, where income is, almost 100,000, 82,000 household income. On the other hand, the counties in blue, those are black belt counties. You can see their income is around the 20,000. And that's with people working maybe 2 or 3 jobs. So right there, they see the breakdown and how it's happening alongside race. And the students are able to present this information and then begin to figure out why that's the case. On the next page, Census of Agriculture, the same way for their county, they can look up how much poultry is produced in their county, how much maize, corn, how much cattle, collect all food commodities that are possible in their county, how much fish, and again, see if people have access to food. On the next slide, students also have a food journal. They reflect on the foods that they eat. And for breakfast, lunch, dinner, figure out who provides that food, what companies are behind their food, how much it costs, nutrient composition. We see a lot of pizzas and beer for their diet. But it gives them a point to reflect. Then on the next slide is an example of additional metrics that are available in the Food Environment Atlas. There are some health indicators. For each population, they can look at obesity rate. They can look at high blood pressure. They can look at heart disease, and then begin to compare. Here, everything in Alabama is red. When it comes to obesity, I think it's like 1 in 3. 1 in 3 is typical in the Black Belt County that there's obesity problem. 4 years ago, some of the counties that not in the Black Belt, they would have about 25% obesity rate. But I think now that metric is all red. On the next slide. I need to stop right about there maybe. The Food Environment Atlas has even more information here. They can look at fast food restaurants that are available to each county. They can look at local food, healthy food, fresh foods, and again, tabulate that. And at by about this point, our students are literally going in activism mode because they are so frustrated. They find out Black Belt counties have the most fast food restaurants and no fresh food availability, no farmers markets. On the next slide, there's another map that Department of Agriculture gives where they can figure out access to fresh food. By then, when they report on their counties, they want someone to do something about populations that are in danger. Then on the next slide, yes, the students also are required to visit those counties and go in a typical food market, see what type of food is available and at what cost. Our provost will give permission for students to drive into the counties. And then they again come back if they find that most Black Belt counties, they get their food from, they do not have supermarkets. It's small grocery stores or gas stations. When they go in a grocery store, most of them have just canned foods, no fresh food. So they give reports on that. And then on the next slide, when they analyze all these indicators, it becomes very clear which communities have access to nutrient-rich, healthy foods, and which ones are eating nutrient-deficient food. And then it becomes easier to discuss race. It becomes easier to discuss impact on females and the different demographics, different factors that make food accessible to individuals and to communities. So this is not earth-shaking, but hopefully you are getting a sense of a type of work that's done. We've been doing this for 10 years. We collect data on this with my colleague, the professor, and we periodically write about it and to see if it's allowing students to discuss these topics critically. I'm way over time. This is African time now. I apologize.
Thank you very much. Okay. Are there any questions? For all
I think you want to
presentations?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Questions were about students were listening. So were they only reading or was studied or what? Did you find out it was also recreation? Sorry, yeah, that was did you find out it was possibly an accessibility reason? Listening because it was better than listening for screen.
One thing that I didn't say. Can you talk to the microphone so everybody sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, we did an experiment with a group of high schoolers because we wanted to be sure that that we are addressing the group which is most interested in the audiobooks, which comes from the literature. So we addressed high schoolers, and you were asking if they are listening because they, yes, part of them, they are highly interested in various formats, and they are mainly reading for academic reasons, and they're listening for fun. But it somehow sometimes crosses. But we do not have more detail because this was only a pilot study. We want to investigate more. This is one of the reasons why we want to know more. And the second part of the question was? Mm-hmm. You're asking because of the ebooks?
Well, just because of
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, in that case, definitely find out the study of the spare something person from northern countries, because he was addressing the topic in much more detail, and in also like how they are measuring the popularity and why they are doing that. They have much more information in that. We didn't tackle that in our survey. But thank you very much for your questions.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
But who is in touch with you?
I already sent my presentation, but I want to change. I want to put another one. Okay.
Hi.
I already sent my presentation, but I would rather the other one book. Because here.
Have you sent it?
Via email.
Okay, if you have sent it.
And sent one in afternoon session, after.
Read.
Or something.
Is it yours?
Yes, yes, exactly.
Okay, it's okay.
But I would like to put another one, you know, not this one, but.
Updated.
Updated, yes, yes. You can. Let me see.
Heraklion?
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. I will delete this one.
Yeah, yeah.
You want to do that? It's okay. You have to do it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Τώρα στις 3 είναι το πλέναρ, θα έρθουν όλοι μέσα.
Πού?
3:30 ξεκινάει εδώ.
Ναι, το ξέρω.
Ah. Now 3 o'clock, there's a plenary session in room 1.
And 3:30 we're starting here.
Starting here, okay?
Να σου πω, Αντωνή,
Έλα.
κοίτα να δεις τι γινότανε. Πατάγες εδώ, που ήταν το τέτοιο, άνοιγα τα presentations,
Ναι.
που είμαστε εδώ τώρα.
Θέλει.
35 είμαστε. Λοιπόν, είμαστε εδώ, room 2. Είναι το 3, δεν είμαστε τώρα.
Ναι.
Λοιπόν, μόνο αυτό έχουμε, το ένα είναι στο δικό μου, το ξέρω, ναι, οκ. Και το άνοιγα. Τα άλλα session που είναι, τα άλλα που είναι, της κοπέλας στόχο, τα άλλα που είναι, τα έχουν πάνε και στείλει.
Θα το βάλει τώρα.
Θα το βάλω τώρα, οκ.
Θα το βάλει τώρα. Πάτε να παιδί στο desktop.
Ναι, θα τα βάλω, ναι. Θα τους καλέσω.
Yes, of course.
Is Mrs. Beba Stakovic here? Yes. And Christine here? Yeah, no. We have you here. Thank you. And Esa Nava and Kevin Ross is here. Now they are virtual. Okay. So we are all here, I think. You do have your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It's on the,
Yeah, I have some links, maybe to put it right now to open. Not in a moment. Should they open it on when it's on the slide or?
do you have it on, do you have it online or do you have it on, how do you have your presentation?
It's not online.
It's, you have a, something like a stick?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
you
yes.
can bring your stick and you can pass it here, just right now.
It's on one of the slides, you know. That's why I'm asking you. Should I
Where?
do it directly? Oh, you can open my presentation, please.
It's. And session tree.
Iraklian, yes.
Yeah,
So
I think, yeah, we're okay.
it's okay?
Yeah,
to
yeah,
open it here?
I think it's gonna be working. We will see. We will see.
At the moment.
Yeah, of course. It seems to,
Don't want to waste the time. That's why.
I know, but we have previous problems with the internet, that's why. So we have to be patient anyway. Yeah, we will do it somehow. I'm waiting for the first presenter, Mr. Winterman, to give me the presentation. I know that he's here, but he's not in the room. Yes, it's here. He's here. We are all waiting for you.
The door was open.
I know.
Said room two.
It's okay. Okay. Uh, It's working, yeah, great. I can see the presentation now. Let me open it again once more. Yeah. Yeah, this is yours. Yeah. This is it, huh? This is yours. Which one?
Right next to it. Left.
This one? Oh, this one. Yeah. Okay, come on.
It's like you said.
Yeah, okay. Oh, I will destroy your. No, no. Let me do it just straight from here. Yeah, okay. Yeah. We're ready, I think, huh? Share application. I think everybody can hear us. Okay. Hello. Welcome to this section. I'm really happy to see you all here. We're starting a little bit, in a difficult time after lunch. Sorry for that. Hope we'll get through it. Our first speaker coming from the United States, and he will talk about the impact of remote work in academic libraries, professional and personal lives, an ethnographic study. Mr. Winterman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. All right, arrows here to, yeah,
You can, oh,
what'd you do?
again. All the time. Yeah, you can just
Oh, there we go.
do it, yeah, from here, because I think, yeah.
Great.
Okay. The previous one.
That's all right. They've already, yeah, they
Sorry.
saw the title already.
For you if you want.
That's okay. We got it.
I don't have the mouse, and this is a problem for me.
It's okay.
Yeah.
We could just keep doing this. It's probably way more entertaining than my presentation.
Okay, for me, it's not so entertaining. I'm getting anxious and all the time.
Everything's going,
Okay.
it's just fine. Hi, thanks for being here. So I'll move quickly through these. Try to. So at Indiana University Libraries, several years ago, we started doing librarian activity project studies. That's the name we gave it. And what we wanted to do is take a closer look at what librarians were up to. And so we started by doing a very quantitative look at first, having them track their daily activities, and then also follow the more qualitative part, followed by interviews. On our third iteration of LAP, is what we call it, we decided to look at remote work activities because, and by the time we did it, it was 2 years after the pandemic started. And so people had already settled into certain kinds of activities. So we took a look at what they were doing remotely and how much time they were spending on things. We also did the quantitative part for that. So the first thing we'll look at is just some of the quantitative stuff. It really makes up the smaller part of the study. So on our first study, when we asked them to track their time, you can see in the right-hand column under lap 1, it says how many hours they spent on these things. And the second column, the column on the left, lap 3, is after they were working remotely. So just a few minor differences. The one big difference, though, is you'll see that there was a lot more personal time mixed in with their workday. Makes sense. Otherwise, these are, can people see that okay? Okay, good. Otherwise, these are sort of bigger categories of work. And most of you that are librarians will recognize that first one, other performance, just things that you do because, yeah, managing staff, facilities, and so on. So that makes up the bulk of librarians' time. That was true in the first lab study also. Education and research, those are two really big categories. And I should explain, the reason why we had those categories is in our first study, we wanted to see if we could make comparisons between librarians' activities and other faculty on campus. Not on campus, sorry. I looked at national surveys of faculty in the United States. And Interestingly, librarians spend about as much time on research and education, whether it's supporting those things or actually engaging in them, as other faculty do. One big difference, though, is that librarians actually spend significantly more time supporting education than other faculty spend on teaching. So, and you can see the rest of the numbers there. One caveat with some of these, because of the timing of this study, we had less instructional activity, say, so that's kind of underrepresented here. It was just the time in the semester when most of that had already been done. Schedules. Okay, so when we talk to librarians about their schedules, and by the way, there's a lot of information on these slides in case anybody wants to see them later. I'm gonna go through the highlights. So, so the highlights of this are their schedules changed over the 2 years from the time the pandemic hit until we did the study. So they went through phases where they were completely remote, and then they would start coming back sometimes. And then an interesting thing happened because we didn't have a very strict policy. And so a lot of librarians sort of organically started to determine when they needed to come in and not on their own. And that's what we sort of settled into as the new norm for most people. And so why did they choose to come in or not? Often it had to do with physical collections, meeting with colleagues, meeting with constituents when it was necessary, meeting with staff, so on. Check the mail. Number 8, get away from home. That was very, very real for some of our subjects. Equipment, furniture, and space. A lot of people had the privilege and the finances available when the pandemic hit to have space in their homes and equipment and acquire their own equipment. Some did not. So we found some equity issues there as far as how well remote work worked for some people versus others. Let's see here. This one may be the most interesting slide to me. When I conducted the interviews, I asked about advantages and disadvantages of both remote work and not remote working, or professional advantages of remote work. So the personal advantages of remote work, you can see it's a very big table, and there's a lot covered here. Everything from the general category of work-life balance and multitasking, these overarching kind of benefits. And then when you start getting into the other categories, you see there's some really interesting things that affect quality of life, finances, family, things like that. And so a theme that emerged for me was once we get to this place where people have these sort of luxuries to handle their lives in a different way, how do we ever go back from that, right? So we'll see some quotes that illustrate that. So these are some quotes from our subjects. I could roll out of bed and start working at 6:30 if I want to, before my children wake up, right? So getting some work done before the children wake up. And that person, another person also talked about, I get to see my kids off on the school bus. You see, that's a time you can't get back, you know. Even just being able to be in a meeting, stand up and go walk around my house or stretch or lie down on the floor, and so on. We've all seen people in Zoom meetings with their cameras off, right? I know what they're doing now, right? Yeah, there's a lot of yoga going on. It's good, but professional advantages, connections with constituents was actually considered an advantage. Early on in the pandemic, that probably wasn't true. There was a lot of disconnect, but I think over time, people found that Zoom meetings with faculty often meant, as a librarian, they could use the chat area to send out information and so on that they wouldn't have been able to do in an in-person meeting. Orientation for graduate students, new graduate students on campus. It was easier to get more people involved by doing it via Zoom. Productivity. Most people said productivity went up for them. Most subjects did. Just being able to get more done on their own terms and do things when they felt like doing them. One of the most interesting things to me was I asked them specifically, what tasks do you think are better for you while you're working remotely? And across the board, people said writing and thinking and creative activities. And I'm also a writing instructor, and I found that very fascinating. So you can imagine we're a tenure track university, and we have responsibilities to write and produce research. And so I saw a lot of my colleagues saying that before the pandemic, they really struggled to get that work done. And now, with their flexibility of schedules, they get a lot more of that done. So here's some quotes related to professional advantages. I'm the kind of person who will wake up in the middle of the night having dreamed a full paragraph that I want to put into my chapter I'm working on. You know, I can't do that. I can't do writing at the office. I just can't. I feel like no creative juice at all whenever I'm in the building. Anyway, so personal disadvantages of remote work, there weren't very many, but the minority of our subjects reported some of these things. But I've told people all along, every voice in this matters. Everybody's reason for preferring one or the other matters. And I think there was consensus among the subjects of that they didn't think the way they were doing it should be imposed on everybody else. And that was good. But some people said they get less exercise because of working from home, because before they had to walk around campus a lot or walk to campus and so on. The permeability of personal life and work life. When does the workday end? Some people mentioned that part of the ritual of getting ready for work, doing their hair, putting clothes on, that went away. And so they didn't really have those signposts in the day to know when work was beginning or ending. So how are we doing on time there?
You do have 5 minutes.
Okay, good. Let's see. Distractions from family and so on. Professional disadvantages. This is where it was interesting. My colleagues, I think, learned a lot about the importance of social interaction at work, and not just the sort of social interaction as a strategy to get things done at work, just being around the people they work with, right? And they miss seeing their colleagues. There was one person, I don't know if I have it in here, but said that they often, when they do have to go into the building, they will aimlessly wander the halls hoping to run into somebody they haven't seen in a while. Is that, you can identify with that? Is that, yeah. Yeah, I know what they mean. Networking with faculty can be harder. Serendipitous conversations with faculty at events are where I've always gotten a lot of my good work done, just don't happen as much as they used to. Difficulty in supervising students and staff, so on. In conclusion, librarians, like I said, they've developed their own sense of when it's important to be there and not. I think most people are happy. Productivity seems okay. One thing that's back to what I said about going back is people have made real estate decisions. People bought new homes. People made family planning decisions based on these things. So it was a significant impact. And my takeaway is that the new normal is for us is probably having this flexibility. So.
I'm not the only anxious anyway. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yep.
You can take your.
Wait.
It's not destroyed yet.
Okay, you didn't break it.
Yeah, no, I didn't. If we have any questions, you will keep a little bit of time at the end of the session. So don't leave the room, please. You see, again. The internet is not helping me. Sorry. No. Nothing is moving, sorry. Take your time, we have a small break because of the...
Umíš kopírovat obrazovku?
Okay.
Ctrl print screen, mě to nefunguje, neumíš. Ale co? Jak se to pouští bez těch sluchátek?
Let me ask about an assistant.
Some of her presenter go out.
Ale ja potrzebuję fotit si ty obrazovky.
I can hear somebody, but
Ano, ale tam to zmierzało właśnie. Jdeš ven? Jdu, no tak. Jsou 3 hodiny.
Yeah, thank you. Here or here? Nothing's happening.
you see, he left.
Oh, Jesus. Maybe try to. No.
It's not moving. I will do it again.
Ne, nisam htjela da ide ovog preko celog. Hoću da imam ove brojeve, hoću nešto da preskočim.
I will open it again
Okay.
and let us see if it is not. Okay.
This one makes.
No, I don't have to. He said, don't touch it.
Okay, I want. Look here.
Yeah,
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 this
okay,
is the one.
okay.
Okay,
We're ready.
yes,
So
thank you.
the next presentation is coming from Mrs. Beba Stankovic, being a woman in the time of pandemic.
Yes, thank you. I'm delighted to be here in Greece, as every time, and thank you for coming to this session. I will talk about subject which is not usually treated on library conferences, but I will see if you are interested in it. So I will give you, for the start, I will give you a little bit of history, just to be familiar with the library where I'm coming from. Our National Library was founded on February 28, 1832 by Prince Miloš Obrenović, who, though illiterate, paradoxically had much more sense of the importance of culture and library than many of his highly educated contemporaries and heirs. He realized that the new formed state had to have its national library, even though there had been, at the time, no adequate legislative acts regulating the area. So it can be said that the National Library was founded around the same time as the state itself. After many years of moving from place to place, in 1920, the National Library moved into a building in the district of Kosančić-Venac, only to be bombed and gutted by fire 21 years later, on April 6th, 1941, at the beginning of the World War II. The bombing of Luftwaffe of a city officially proclaimed an open city destroyed the library building, including a priceless book collection of 500,000 volumes, an available collection of 1,424 Cyrillic manuscripts and charters, a collection of old maps, medieval manuscripts, and prints of roughly 1,500 items, collection of 4,000 journals, as well as the 1,800 newspaper titles, its rich and irreplaceable archives of Turkish documents about Serbia, and the complete correspondence of distinguished figures of the cultural and political history of Serbia, as well as holdings lists and catalogs. The entire national catalog heritage existing in print almost disappeared overnight. Finally, after you can see how it looks now, right now. We usually use that place as a kind of cultural spot in which we usually presented new books and interesting person from the public life. People are very interested in that and coming in a huge number. Finally, after 3 decades, the new library building as a 12 workplace was opened at a special ceremony on April 6, 1973, and it is located in the Vračar municipality. This is the part of the very center of the we have a solar panels from the last autumn. It is how it looks like right now, very modern building. So it has our National Library is in charge of maintaining the mutual electronic catalog, National Bibliography, and Public Library Register. Also, it coordinates the network of libraries and information system in Serbia. It has a central role in the presentation of Cyrillic manuscripts and early or rare books. One of its primary roles is preserving Serbian cultural heritage and ensuring public access to knowledge and information. So, what we can say about libraries today in general, it's organizing and human knowledge. And thanks to their collections, computerized size systems, digitalized text, and using multimedia e-publication, libraries can be, and they are leading information institutions. Technological innovation and electronic communication are a special challenge of our time, of which modern library practice is an integral part. Services created in this way are more flexible and precise and are more specific about the receiver location, personalization, and long-lasting relation with an individual with a specific name and surname according to the so-called Martini principle, meaning anytime, anywhere, and anyhow. And if we talk about libraries as institutions that strengthen communities and help create a more literature and just society, it is inevitable to mention the connection between IFLA, the Librarianship Umbrella Association, and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. UN Sustainable Development Goals replaced the Millennium Development Goals in 2015, and there's a new set of international development goals. They consist of 17 goals, 169 targets, and 231 unique indicators established to monitoring progress. They're integrated globally, represents one of the broadest area of IFLA advocacy. We can see how it looks like here in that. I'm sure that you are all familiar with this slide. And among others, goal number 5 is about gender equality. Gender equality is not only a fundamental human right, but a necessary foundation for a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. SDG number 5 has 9 targets and 14 indicators. 6 of the targets are outcome targets. ending all forms of discrimination against all women and girls everywhere, ending violence and exploitation of women, violence and girls, eliminating harmful practices such as child, early and forced marriage, and female genital mutilation, increasing the value of an unpaid job and promoting shared domestic responsibilities, ensuring full participation of women in leadership and decision-making. Through the pledge to leave no one behind, countries have committed to fast-track progress for those further behind first. So it is not just a human rights issue, it is a tremendous waste of the world human potential. By denying women equal rights, we deny half the population a chance to live at its fullest. But how it looks like in practice in librarianship in Serbia? The most of workers in the library field in Serbia are women, as all around the world, of course. Serbia has a mixed heritage when we are talking about the position of women in society. Mostly patriarchal tradition has been slightly changed during the time of socialism, but nowadays the statistics on women's status are not so encouraging. The COVID-19 crisis put most of the women in an extremely hard situation to handle impossible. In these conditions, the role of cultural heritage institution in empowering women could be a significant step forwards in raising public awareness of difficulties in women's lives. The National Library of Serbia didn't act in this direction recently, which has been recognized by the new library management. It is decided to make a shift from the historical digital collection towards the contemporary one, a new digital collection on women's lives during the pandemic in Serbia. Among the outcomes of this very activity, we would be happy to recognize the following. Women in Serbia are encouraged to talk and ask for more attention in challenging times. According to the European Western Balkan Society, women perform 3 times and more unpaid work, and this has increased even more during pandemic since children stayed at home. On a positive note, men who also had to work from home seem to have become more aware of this burden of unpaid work. On Women Global Analysis and reports on the position of women in national states confirmed that systematic gender inequality is deeply present in Serbia. According to the World Economic Forum annual measurement of the Global Gender Gap Index from 2022, Serbia ranks 23rd out of a total of 146 analyzed countries. And what is the gender gap? It is the difference between women and men as reflected in social, political, intellectual, cultural, or economic attainments or attitudes. So I don't want to bother you with numbers and figures. So we will go to the slide number 32. No. Here we are. As various studies have shown, the pandemic present in Serbia and much of the world for almost 3 years now has shown how deeply gender inequalities are rooted in social structures and cultures. It has caused the heavy burden of the pandemic to fall on women who make up majority of those employed in the healthcare and social care sectors exposed to the highest risk of infection, extreme workloads, and difficult working conditions. Lessons learned from the COVID-19 crisis about the strength and stamina of women in general. Inspired by that, at the response to the Conference of European National Libraries Fund Hidden Stories, called to submit library projects in 2021, the National Library of Serbia professionals team applied with the project Women's Practices in the Time of Pandemic. The idea was to invite women working in healthcare, food shops, media, politics, and all those who had to leave their homes and work despite the fear and anxiety. But of course, the invitation goes to every woman with a wish to tell her story of living in these challenging times. So, collected stories are digitized, written down, and published online together with digitized photos, if available. This digital collection is the starting point for a series of lectures with the idea to put the light on women's life during the pandemic and possible consequences, and also teach women how to behave during future crises. The lectures are public, but also recorded and published online. Both activities provide the possibility to be done in an online environment. We are sharing the pandemic story and following the lectures online. A web archive collection of online resources telling the stories of women's life during the pandemic. The special web archive collection is also published online with other projects' outputs. The idea is to launch the Avalanche with this project. Open a web portal for women's collection of different topics and hear women's voices coming from all corners of Serbian society. In this way, sustainability will be guaranteed. We have blogs, of course, European portal, Europeana, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. So we can see it if we can open. Oh,
To copy it in YouTube.
yes, yes. It's not on YouTube, it's on site.
Just try it.
Just one of two this. Here. Okay, I hope it will be open. Yes. Here we are. You can find it in English also.
Yeah.
Here. This is our portal of our project. No, what's going on?
You press just English.
Yes.
Yeah.
I did it.
Yeah.
And it's open
Yeah,
National Library of Serbia. So what?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. No, same.
Oh, never mind. I will.
It's not working. It's
Okay.
on
Okay.
site.
No.
Okay,
It's okay. It's okay. I will try to open like this.
Yeah.
Okay. To go to the. Yes. Now we will try English.
Try English.
Yes, because I know we have it. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Well, this is how we present our results. You have a chapter, Your Stories. It's stories of women from our surroundings, which have been collected and made available in the A publication. I hope I can list it. Yes. Here we are. So also we have, go down there. Okay, I would like to load it. Okay. Also, then we have a web archive. When the world stopped, they did not, is the title of an archived newspaper article that gives an accurate portrait of the position of the women at the moment when the world was hit by the pandemic. So you can find a lot of articles here. Okay, I'm at the end. So also, we have video lectures made available as part of the project. We have professor from Faculty of Philology. We have a professor from Institute for Literature and Art. We have professor from Faculty of Law. We have a retired Serbian Army Lieutenant Colonel, which is a woman, not a man. And we have one colleague from National Museum of Serbia. It's only men here in our lectures. And he was talking about war crisis and the role of women in ancient times, which is clothing the cycle of 2 point of the historic context of many problems related to gender stereotypes and the division of gender roles. At the end of this page, you can find form which you can fill in if you're interested in that and to share your experience to be a part of this project. So we made also a poster presentation. Okay. This is the poster presentation. We presented on at the IFLA last year, and it was one of the 6 best poster on competition of Taiwan National Library. Thank you. So we are very, very proud of this project. And for the end, instead of conclusion, I just want to say that during the COVID-19 crisis, practically all European libraries, all world libraries, I may say, and Library Association provided a wider field of information services in spite of social distancing and requirements limiting people's access to library premises. Advanced and new direct services to user were engineered. On a larger scale, this extending concept of a library corresponds to an evolving concept of culture. The challenge, as usual, is to integrate traditional core library activities with sustainable development and investment in digital resource and high tech. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for this interesting presentation. And then getting to Black and non-Black library workers, perceptions of hiring, retention, and promotion, racial equity practices. And we have Christine and Tatiana from the United States. I will move. We're sharing the screen. We all want to close all those. And do you have your presentation? Huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's also up here.
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
this one. So I think this is moving. Yes.
Yeah.
You're done.
Can we do this?
You can make it full screen maybe.
Oh, no, hold on. I delete what I delete.
Screen here.
Yeah, hold on.
It's so difficult.
It's the,
Yeah, the mouse. Yeah. Have it. Oh, yeah.
okay. Ooh. It's okay, we can just skip it. Okay. All right, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Today we are going to be discussing the results of our research article, Black and Non-Black Library Workers' Perceptions of Hiring, Retention, Promotion, Racial Equity Practices, which was recently published in the Journal of Library Administration in January 2023. We also have a copy available on the University of Illinois Chicago Open Access Repository. So we encourage you to look it up and read it if you haven't. So my name is Kristen Carriger. I am an assistant professor and STEM librarian at the University of Illinois, Chicago. We can probably keep it in the middle. I'm Tatiana Bryant. I'm the Director of Teaching, Learning, and Research Services at Barnard College, which is a historically women's college in New York City.
You have hairs, white, black, so yes, I said.
Okay. So yeah, exactly, a third. So our agenda for this session is to give a quick study overview, discuss our results, and have some time for questions at the end of the session as well. So our research study focuses on racial equity in libraries broadly, and we define racial equity using the definition provided by the Racial Equity Tools Agency as activity that seeks to get out the root causes of disparate life outcomes based on race. We recognize racial parity remains an issue despite an ongoing focus within our profession in the United States to diversify the library workforce.
To address these issues, we developed a survey to examine employees' knowledge and attitudes towards racial equity in their libraries. And although our survey did not ask participants about anti-Black racism specifically, in order to highlight how anti-Blackness manifests in libraries, our new article, which is the basis for today's presentation, focuses on the survey responses of Black library employees with actually I'll take this off so you can hear me a bit better, with attention to the differences between Black and non-Black library employees' perceptions of their library's efforts to hire, retain, and promote Black, Indigenous, and people of color library workers. And we're going to use the term BIPOC, the acronym BIPOC for short, from now on in our presentation. So note that we want to define anti-Blackness using the Racial Equity Tools glossary again. And we're defining it as being a two-part formation that both voids Blackness of value while systematically marginalizing Black people and their issues. So in our article, we honed in on 3 of the survey questions, and I'll summarize those 3 questions as: my library addresses racial inequity by hiring, retaining, and promoting BIPOC employees. Subsequently, we created research questions to address these survey questions. And the first was, what are Black participants' perceptions of their library's efforts to hire, retain, and promote BIPOC employees? What are non-Black participants' perceptions of their library's efforts to hire, retain, and promote BIPOC employees? And why is hiring, retention, and promotion of BIPOC employees in academic and public libraries unsuccessful? For our data and methods, we evaluated multiple pre-existing diversity, equity, and inclusion-centered surveys that were covering similar areas to find where the gaps were. So we looked at assessing our staff's racial equity and inclusion competency survey, which was produced by an organization called Living Cities, and they made that freely available through a Creative Commons license. We also looked at the tool for organizational self-assessment related to racial equity by the organization called Coalition for Communities of Color, as well as library-centered surveys like the 2019 Denver, Colorado, USA Public Library Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Employee Survey. The Racial Equity in Libraries survey that we developed was released in November 2020 for about 6 weeks, and it asked 30 open and closed questions assessing public and academic libraries' racial equity efforts, employees' perceptions of those efforts, as well as their experiences with racial equity and inequity in their library. We had over 700 participants who identified as working or having worked in public and/or academic libraries within the past 5 years in the US and/or Canada. Our initial analysis focused on 3 emerging topics, and those topics are central to DEI discourse, at least in the US right now, which is the hiring, retention, and promotion of BIPOC employees. And for the open-ended questions, we looked at the number of times certain concepts were mentioned, grouped them into themes and subthemes, and subthemes are concepts that participants mention that explain aspects of the central themes.
So due to time constraints, we can't go in depth into the literature, but the key concepts and history informing our research are as follows. As we mentioned earlier, anti-Blackness in libraries, the civil rights movement in the United States, which helped catapult affirmative action and equal employment opportunity legislation, attempts to diversify libraries and racialized orgs. One of the key articles that really informed our study was Starting with I, Combating Anti-Blackness in Libraries by Peace Awesome Williamson. And it really lays the groundwork for understanding how anti-Black racism in libraries creates a hostile environment for both Black employees and patrons, both historically in the United States and presently. The authors discuss how libraries were created to contribute to a democratic society by helping the public access information and keep informed, but that Black people were excluded in the United States. Prior to this, enslaved people were prohibited from learning to read and to go to school. After slavery was abolished, libraries participated in Jim Crow by upholding segregated spaces for Black and white library patrons and employees. So when we think about the issue of hiring, retention, and promotion of BIPOC employees, it's important to remember this legacy. Oops. Another key piece of literature are written by 3 sociologists, Victor Ray, and then another piece written by Melissa Wooten and Lucius Kalut, and they talk about racialized organizations. And really the premise of this literature is that organizations themselves can enact racial or racialize essentially. And it's not only individuals that produce and experience racial equity and inequity. So as libraries, since we're organizations, it's important to think about the ways in which libraries are racialized and produce and experience racial inequality. So an example of this might be, particularly in the United States, our lowest paid positions are often in access services, and they're often most filled by BIPOC people. So this would be an example of racialization within an organization. So now we're going to move on to some of our results. So here you are seeing the 3 questions that we're focusing on today. And this is my library addresses racial inequities by hiring BIPOC employees. And you're seeing the 2 results from the Black and non-Black participant groups. And so because the focus of our study is racial equity in libraries, in order to uncover inequities in the data that can often be hidden when you just look at the aggregate data, we disaggregated the data into Black and non-Black participant groups by running crosstabs in statistical package for the social sciences, or you may know it as SPSS. And while we recognize that non-Black, people of color, and white participants do not have the same experience, in order to focus on the experiences of Black participants, the response from all non-Black participants were merged. So what we really want to highlight in this particular graph is that the biggest difference between participant groups is in the unsure category. Non-Black participants were more likely to be unsure if their library were hiring BIPOC employees at 26.9% compared to Black participants at 16.2%. And so now these are the results for retention. And again, you can see the disaggregated results of Black and non-Black participants on retention show a similar trend to the question on hiring. Black participants were more likely to report that their library does address racial inequities by retaining BIPOC employees than non-Black participants. But Black participants were less likely to be unsure at 29.4%, whereas non-Black participants were unsure at 44.2%. So this graph is showing promotion. And so again, similar to hiring and retention, Black participants were again less unsure than non-Black participants when it comes to promotion and whether their library is promoting BIPOC employees. So Black participants responded they were unsure at 33.8%, whereas non-Black participants reported being unsure at 40.1%. And then as Tatiana mentioned earlier, we had open-ended questions. And so now we're going to move on to the themes that emerged out of the open-ended questions, our qualitative data. And so what you're seeing here are or on the left, or maybe it'd be your right, the overarching themes, and then on the right-hand side are the sub-themes. So one of the big themes that came up was unsuccessful hiring. So we defined this as unsuccessful searches that were deliberate in hiring diverse candidates, or where there were no diverse applicants, or where no BIPOC employees were actually hired. And 2 of those sub-themes is there was no diverse candidates. So that's pretty straightforward. We're talking about when no diverse candidates applied for the position. Covert racism is something that came up from our participants, and that is racism that is not subtle, or racism that is subtle, excuse me, and not so publicly obvious. This can include, for example, references to intentionally diverse searches. So the library is trying to have hire diverse candidates, and then at the end of the day, they end up failing to hire a BIPOC candidate. Another theme is acknowledgement. So the participant acknowledges that racial equity is an issue at their institution or library, and they may mention outcomes, if any, that can be formal or ad hoc regarding improving the hiring, retention, and promotion processes for BIPOC employees. Or when a participant specifically mentioned that processes had been revised to be more intentionally equitable. A sub-theme that emerged is lip service. And so this is really when a library is purporting to want to focus on racial equity or have EDI be a priority, but they're not actually internally doing the work. And now Tatiana is going to give some examples, some actual participant examples to better illustrate these themes.
So the first thing we want to highlight is unsuccessful hiring. And a Black woman library staff described that in her library, the vast majority of the racial diversity within the library lies in the Access Services Department, or put more succinctly, the department with the fewest professionals that is the least paid. Until very recently, the only librarians of color were the diversity resident and the diversity coordinator. It's highly problematic when BIPOC representation within the library is quite literally viewed through the lens of diversity. Those roles are necessary, but why not make efforts to racially diversify other departments? The reason is obvious. And for acknowledgement, one Black woman librarian stated that, quote, "Everything here is symbolic. There are two committees here for diversity, but both are more about theory than boots on the ground. I don't want to be a part of either because they're more concerned with which heritage months we recognize than looking at how we serve our community."
So because we have so little time left, I'll just mention the next theme, and you can kind of look at the sub-themes yourself, is no BIPOC employees. So this is when there are libraries that are saying we don't have any BIPOC employees, or we only have a few. And so on the right, you can see the sub-themes. And as we mentioned earlier, please read the article. This table's in the article, and so you can look a little bit more closely.
So we decided to quote a white non-binary librarian, specifically about no BIPOC employees, who states, quote, "There's no effort underway that I can discern to provide BIPOC employees with specific opportunities for advancement, much less provide them with mentorship or other tools to allow them to apply and feel confident in their ability to interview for and obtain promotions and higher ranked jobs."
The next theme is a hostile work environment. So this is BIPOC employees who have experienced bullying, targeting at work, hypervisibility, punishing BIPOC employees from advancing due to racism in the work, including firing them.
So a number of sub-themes emerged, and I'm going to quote from one white woman academic librarian who stated, quote, "I know of two POC who left faculty positions, one because of how they were treated by admin, and while not explicitly because of their race, I would be surprised if a white man was treated similarly. I'm not sure if admin made any attempt to retain or apologize to this employee of many years. The other left because their spouse had a job in a different state, but I get the feeling that leaving was a little easier. But of course, these are my impressions as a white woman. The individuals themselves may agree or disagree."
So finally, there were also organizational issues that came up as a reason why BIPOC employees weren't being hired, retained, and promoted. And this could include there's no pathway to there's no promotion structure, no pathway for promotion, seniority being the way in which promotions occur, hiring freezes, so no hiring that's taking place, budget cuts, and policies that impact BIPOC from being hired, retained, or promoted.
So for organizational, we're quoting one white woman librarian who described her perspective as, quote, "We have many staff in entry-level positions who have applied for promotion and remain in entry-level positions. I know of some white staff who had custom positions created for them that were better fits. I do not see this happening for BIPOC staff." So as we mentioned before, our article was recently published in the Journal of Library Administration in their January 2023 issue. And it covers in more depth our analysis, the limitations of our study, and some of our conclusions. Thank you for your time and attention today. Feel free to contact us if you have any questions about the research that we discussed today. And there's a citation for our article as the first listed here on the works cited. Thank you again.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So, to be continued, we have here Mrs. Catherine Kont. Yes. Yeah, this one, yeah. It's moving, yeah.
The floor is yours. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Kont. I'm coming from Estonian Academy of Security Sciences, and I'm talking about prevention of cyber risks in the library. Analysis of information security awareness of Estonian, Latvian, and Lithuanian librarians. As we all know, cybercrime can never be eliminated. The only way is to educate yourself. It is extremely important that we are able to develop people's cybersecurity skills in such a way that our human resources are one of the major strongholds of a secure social order. For the majority of the population, the electronic environment has become a part of everyday life. People shop there, use the internet bank, communicate with colleagues and friends on social networks. Digital opportunities are growing, and digital risks are growing with them. At the same time, the number of frauds, the theft of money and data is also increasing. The most common are infecting computers with viruses, sending fake invoices, phishing or falsifying data, disregarding digital hygiene. Human weaknesses are exploited. Criminals and intelligent forces of foreign countries play with people's greed, feelings, happiness, etc. Unfortunately, not everyone has enough digital literacy to act wisely and responsibly in a virtual environment. However, active social networking and internet users without sufficient cyber knowledge are very vulnerable. It is known that every librarian in his area is one of the community builders, its co-keepers and transmitters of important information. Information and digital literacy skills are very important for anyone visiting a library. So a librarian may be the first person to turn to for advice. It's easy to get lost in current information. So librarians are the ones who can give visitors a structured opinion about what's happening both in their country and in the world. Right now, the most important thing is to talk about security issues, not only in Ukraine, but also about what is happening in the cyberspace of the Baltic communities. Security consists of different aspects. One very important part of our common security is the information space. We know that the library is traditionally a place where information is collected, and it is from libraries that information reaches to the citizens.
The
role of the library in society has changed as it has become much more modern, including technologies and modern tools. But the essence, to convey a message to the general public, has remained. Libraries play a vital role in promoting cybersecurity awareness among the population, increasing their cyber literacy and thus reducing the victims of cybercrime and hostile state influence activities among ordinary citizens. The rapid development of digital technologies requires new approaches to education. Formal education systems are not ready to provide citizens with the necessary digital skills to cope with these changes. Informal, non-formal, and lifelong education are becoming a more important source of knowledge in these fields. And libraries and librarians are expected to play an important role in promoting digital and cyber literacy. Libraries thus play an important role in an aspect that has not been discussed in the scientific literature so far, namely, in promoting national security and preventing cybercrime. Above all, these activities must ensure that all citizens have access to information and effective participation in democratic processes. For this, however, the librarians themselves must be ready to acquire new cybersecurity knowledge and continue to raise their cyber awareness. According to research, up to 88% of data breaches are caused by human error, and it is often said that people are the weakest link in information security. To reduce this problem, organizations have begun to focus more and more on the information security awareness of employees, which aims to mitigate human risks related to information security. Through the development of information security awareness, the goal is to reach a situation where, contrary to traditional assumptions, employees can be made the strongest links in information security. Information security awareness is an important part of an organization's strategy because employees' carelessness, disregard of information security guidelines, poor training, and lack of motivation cause the most important information security threat to an organization, which is called an insider threat. An internal threat can be related to either a deliberate action or an employee's ignorance or indifference to the organization's information security practices. Employee behavior and behavior change play a central role in information security awareness. Thus, it is to be expected that research on information security awareness is mainly based on behavioral theories and learning theories. But of course, behavior cannot be changed by raising awareness alone. This requires the ability to understand and implement information security practices, as well as the motivation to do so, which in turn requires a change in attitudes and the intention to behave according to information security rules. The survey took place in Estonia from June till September 2022, in Latvia from October till December 2022, and in Lithuania from December 2022 till February 2023. The survey questionnaire was distributed by the Estonian Librarians Association, National Library of Latvia, Lithuanian Librarians Association, and Lithuanian Research Library Consortium member list. The questionnaire was in the respondents' native language. So those librarians whose work does not require intermediate or advanced English language skills could also answer. For this purpose, the Estonian questionnaire was translated into Latvian and Lithuanian and the representatives of the professional organizations of the respective countries were asked to test them. One of the most reliable methods of measuring attitudes is a scale developed by Likert in 1932, which consists of statements, each of which is accompanied by a multi-point scale. When answering, the respondents were asked to express their opinion on a 4-point scale. The answers obtained by this method are easy to quantify and analyze. Some authors recommend using odd-numbered answer options. This makes the analysis process more convenient. On the other hand, there are also opinions that recommend using an even-numbered scale. It is also called a forced scale because the exclusion of the neutral answer option forces the respondent to take a certain position, and so-called convenience answers are avoided. Yes. A total 1,217 completed questionnaires were returned from employees of academic, specialized, public, and school libraries. The results were interpreted on the basis of Kruger and Kearney approach. They described in 2006 the development of a prototype to measure the level of awareness, where 80 till 100% was defined as a cool level, 60 till 79% as an average level, and 59 and below as a poor level. More respondents from Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania were in the age group 51-60. We can see that more librarians answered in the age groups 21-30, 31-40 in Lithuania, and there were significantly more respondents from Lithuania in the age group of 51-60. You can see that 62% of Estonian library employees have participated in cybersecurity trainings. Latvia and Lithuania still have room for improvement here. At the same time, the desire to participate in the training is very different. Only 21 of Estonian library employees definitely want to participate in the training if possible. 27% in Latvia, and as many as 29% in Lithuania. Certainly, such a percentage of responses shows that on the one hand, a large part of those who wish to do so have already been able to complete cyber training. But on the other hand, library associations and employers in all Baltic countries should invest much more strongly in the training of their employees than before. Looking at the focus areas by sub-areas, we can see where the weakest links are in librarians' information security awareness. The weakest sub-area is using a public Wi-Fi network for sending sensitive information with an awareness of only 55% in Estonia, 52% in Latvia, and slightly higher in Lithuania. Information security awareness of library staff in Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania is at an average level in the following sub-areas, like reporting cyber incidents, physically securing devices, posting about work, activities on the internet, and handling emails from unknown senders. The strongest sub-areas are sharing passwords, software use and considering consequences. This figure summarizes the information security awareness of Estonian, Latvian, and Lithuanian librarians by focus areas. This result shows that the level of information awareness among Estonian library employees is more or less higher than of employees in the Latvian and Lithuanian libraries, with only one exception, namely use of devices, which shows 73% as a result for all Baltic countries' librarians. The results of 3 dimensions, which include knowledge, attitude, and behavior, influence the security awareness of library staff. In summary, the 3 dimensions of security awareness include knowledge, attitude, and behavior. Most of the respondents already have security awareness at a sufficiently good or good level, while 14, 17, and 19% accordingly still have a poor level. For conclusions, I can say that the HiSQ methodology has several advantages. One of the most important in the context of raising information and cybersecurity awareness is that if the respondent has not previously thought about his security behavior or has not been aware of his role as an employee in creating a safer work environment and protecting the organization from cyber attacks, then a comprehensive questionnaire focuses them to think about these topics and analyze their behavior. In today's world, technology is developing rapidly, changing people's lives. In this context, the library cannot be left out. Digital literacy training in the library must be carried out by qualified library staff who have experience in teaching and developing digital skills. Taking into account that all Baltic countries have a wide network of public libraries and librarians make a significant contribution to improving the basic digital skills of citizens, it is necessary to ensure the enhancement of the competences of librarians as digital agents of the state in the provision of public administration services and other services. Thank you.
Thank you. So, our last presenter coming virtually. Just yeah. So I think we already have him here. Ezra Nava and Kevin Ross. Can you hear us?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I think that you already started sharing your screen. We're all about to hear you. So.
And you hear us well? Can you hear me?
Maybe I have to see why.
Sorry. LGBT.
Let me just see why they cannot see us here. Yeah. Just a moment.
Co je v prdeli? To je nějaký příspěvek o studentech LGBT. To bude zítra. Mají starosti. Diverzita jako kolektivní aktivita. Co to je zase?
Good day. I think we can go ahead and get started today.
So you have to wait a little bit because we can hear you, but we cannot see you at the moment. So give me just 1 second, please.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you now.
Okay.
And we can hear you.
Perfect.
Okay.
Sounds
I'm
good.
closing my microphone and the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you so much. Good day. Our presentation today is called Diversity as a Collective Action, a Strategy for Success. I'd like to introduce my colleague, Esra Nawar, and my name is Kevin Ross. We're both from the Leatherby Libraries at Chapman University in Orange, California.
California.
In regards to our background, library administration tasked ESRA with the creation of a comprehensive diversity, equity, and inclusion plan that we could disseminate across all stakeholders across campus and also provide a web presence for our new DEI plan. We looked at 15 different DEI plans as a part of our strategy, and we looked at 12 that were from higher education entities and 3 from corporate entities. Diversity, we wanted to go deeper than just race, gender, and ethnicity, the common themes found in diversity, equity, inclusion. But we also wanted to emphasize diversity of thought. And in that regards, we came up with the theme, collective, redefine, and reimagine. And this time, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Esra Nawar, to provide some specific details.
Thank you so much, Kevin, and it's a pleasure to be presenting at this conference. I know Kevin and other colleagues from the Leatherby Libraries have presented before, so it's an honor for me to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion at the Leatherby Libraries. And as Dean Ross mentioned, we focus on so much more than race, gender, and sexual orientation. There's diversity of thought, there's physical ability, there's disability, there's also socioeconomic status. So library administration and the Leatherby Libraries Leadership Council came up with a diversity statement that is committed to supporting and promoting diversity, equity, inclusion in all our efforts. We define diversity in a holistic way through the provision of resources, services that supports the teaching, the learning, and research. And we also have partnerships across campus, as well as with many partners in the community. We have interfaith initiatives, diversity initiative, collaborations, and partnerships that raise awareness of diversity-related issues through creative programming, exhibits, displays, and instructional content. One of the things when we started our diversity, equity, and inclusion plan, and I became the diversity coordinator, is that we wanted the diversity efforts to be more about a collective action. So it's not just the library's administration's issue, it's really the commitment of every single person in the library, in the building. That's why our theme is collective action is more important than ever. And we started to dig deep and see what people can contribute to diversity, equity, and inclusion effort in their areas, whether it was programming, whether it was instruction, whether it was open access. And those are the things that I will be showcasing in the next few slides. So the first and most important thing for any academic librarian is instruction. So our chair of instructional services worked so hard to make sure that the issues that are taught in the classroom in our information and data literacy sessions, or as we call them, freshman foundation classes, exemplify social issues, especially in the age of COVID, where everybody was talking about racial disparities, immigration, refugee issues. And those are social global issues. Researching a candidate's action to support immigration, for example, asylum-seeking individuals, of course, climate change, income inequality. So we opened the eyes and ears of the students into articles that they have not gotten a chance to actually read about these specific topic. That's from an instruction. We also worked very hard with our chair of access services to provide accessibility for resources in different ways, specifically during COVID, where we had curbside pickup services. We have a mobile app. We also worked with our chair of electronic resources to increase the seamless access to our electronic full text content, as well as making sure that our website is accessible. Additionally, we work very hard and closely with our special collections and archives librarian and university archivist, who is very committed to emphasize people of color and minority collections, which we have a lot, but she also continues to build that collection. For example, a couple of our prominent archives here is the Orange County Japanese American Youth scrapbooks, as well as the Mendez versus Westminster archive, which focuses on the experiences of the Hispanic Americans in Orange County back in the 60s and the 70s. We also work closely with our strategic marketing communication to share the stories of our staff that come from different backgrounds, as well as the work that they do in the library. So almost on a monthly basis, we're highlighted stories, videos, articles that are shared by our staff to also highlight their stories, their work, and the different opinions that they bring to the table at the Leatherby Libraries. Open access publishing has been the buzzword and will continue to be the buzzword in academia for a while. So we work with the chair of scholarly communication that heads all our open access resources, as well as publication open access and things of that sort. And from research, we discovered that open educational resources in place of traditional textbooks help the students to create more equitable, inclusive learning experiences specifically for marginalized students. So one of the things that we wanted to make sure to have is our institutional repository or the digital commons. As you can see here, we've had more than 4 million downloads from across the world in all which allows really access for greater diversity of people to engage with our research. Specifically, digital commons or institutional repository highlights the research and the creative activities from our faculty, staff, and students from all the disciplines. As you can see here, the discipline wheel highlights almost 1,000 disciplines and explore all the work that has been highlighted. Some of it is performances, flyer of upcoming things or things that have been done on campus, peer-reviewed journal articles, which really allows everyone across the world greater access to our research. We also are committed to bringing diverse databases that support different minors. We work very closely with our faculty and researchers in different colleges, specifically those of us that are librarians in the building that have different liaison areas. We want to make sure that we're supporting the Africana studies through our Black historical newspapers, which, by the way, was a grant from the President's Office, as well as our Wilkinson College for Social Sciences and Humanities. We also have the ethnic diversity sources that I just recently learned that it's been very well used by some of our faculty, as well as Open Society Justice Initiative and hundreds of other resources that support some of the minors, like the Africana Studies, Asian Studies, Latinx, LGBTQIA, and more than that. We also curate virtual exhibits. That's a tradition that we started during the COVID pandemic. And we have the concept that I had the pleasure of co-starting or co-founding with our previous dean called Story Rooms. We have about 22 rooms in the building. All of them, except one, has themes in them, whether they're highlighting an alum, a collection, a specific community. Right here, you can definitely go ahead and look at the full exhibit called Telling Stories One Room at a Time. But right here, I'm highlighting the Italian Heritage Archive. As you can see, it's a different community. People can go and look into the room. There's always an iPad. There's collections. There's informational brochures, QR codes that highlight the collections or maybe some of the stories of our local ethnic diverse communities. And it's been extremely successful to talk to the students and see how are they learning things beyond the classroom about these diverse communities. One other example that was curated by our health sciences librarian, as you can see, I'm showcasing how diversity is a collective action. It's not just one person's responsibility, it's the responsibility of each and every single person in the building. So one of our health sciences librarians down in our Rinker campus curated the National Hispanic Heritage Month in honor of Hispanic pioneers in medicine, bibliography and medical information, as well as peer-reviewed journal articles and ebooks that highlight Hispanic pioneers in the medical field. Just speaking a little bit more about the study room or the story rooms, the Sikhs and the Sikhism study room that was also co-sponsored by our local Sikh American community that we've maintained about 15 years of partnerships, highlighting famous Sikh Americans that have contributed so hard to the American society. You can go inside, you can know a little bit more about their religion, the tradition, and also more about individuals that contributed not just to the society, but also to the United States Army. We have monthly commitment to diversity with educational bibliographies that are always uploaded on our digital commons. Those are co-curated by library administration and our student assistants because we want to also engage them in that process. As you can see here, Martin Luther King, Invisible Disabilities, Motherhood to Motherhood, which, by the way, was also co-curated with faculty members, Cesar Chavez, and all of these are as part of our blog, and you can go and read them if you have access to these.
Sorry, but somebody has the microphone on. Thank you.
Library's commitment to diversity. I'm just going to showcase 3 examples how the library's commitment to diversity is recognized at the university level. at the university level, at the national level, and at the international level. I think someone still has their mic on. I'm just pointing this out. So at the university level, the Leatherby Libraries collaborated with the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and the new Vice President of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion on the first ever Black Book Nook, which is the first ever collection committed to Black history, thought, literature, and culture. And we already have plans on a yearly basis to engage the students, faculty, and staff with this collection. This collection is a collection of a permanent 250 books that are highlighted in our catalog with a note. But we also changed this collection on a month on a I think it's Eva Lezenok. Yeah, if someone can just, yeah, the mic. Thank you. We were also recognized at the national level. Our commitment to diversity and the SEEK initiatives at Chapman University got an award, a silver award at the Council for Advancement and Support of Education. You're more than welcome to read a little bit more about this award and how we got this recognition at the national level. Also from the university perspective level, we also got another gold award from the Council for Advancement and Support of Education about our series called Exploring the Magic of the Leatherby Libraries that showcases our diverse story rooms. Also a project that was curated with students, showcases even that we also engage student assistants in our diversity initiatives. At the international level, the library has created a name for themselves. The diversity librarian, who's myself at this point, I was invited to moderate a panel about disability sponsored by the Egyptian government at the British University in Cairo, which because of the name that we've created to ourselves and our diversity initiatives and efforts. You can take a look at our diversity, equity, and inclusion plan. Thanks to a great team of leaders in the Leatherby Libraries, we were able to create a robust Leatherby Libraries website that was approved by all the administrators, as well as our diversity, equity, and inclusion office at Chapman. You can see here to my right, the Leatherby Libraries website highlights the statement, the goals, all the resources for the minors, selected accomplishment by all the librarians that are engaged in DEI efforts, awards, scholarships, and then links to all the supporting services for the students in the library and at the university level as well. At this point, I want to thank all of you for your attention. This is our contact information for myself and Dean Dr. Kevin Ross, and you will also be hearing from us tomorrow about reimagining the Leatherby Libraries a futuristic look, which Dr. Kevin Ross will be taking a little bit more of a lead on his vision on the Leatherby Libraries.
So thank you so much for being here. So this is the time for questions. We do have some questions and comments. Let me see in the chat, and then we will get through your questions if you have. Very interesting presentation. Congratulations. Inspiring presentation. Another inspiring presentation. Congratulations, Carson and Bryant. And we have a question from Svetlana Krichenko. She's asking, did you check how often librarians discuss cybersecurity related issues with library customers? I think we don't have the answer of this question because Katerina is left the yeah. So do we have any other questions from the audience? Yes. If you can move here so we can all hear you. Yeah. Okay, he will bring you the microphone. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a question for the presenter of the first presentation, the impact of remote work on academic librarians' professional and personal lives. Brian Winterman? Yes, hello. My question was around the potential for bias and punitive HR implications in answering your survey and whether there was de-identification in your analyses.
Great question. Everyone was anonymous or de-identified. Yeah. human subjects protections. So, and in general, I wouldn't get this good of data from my colleagues if that wasn't the case. Because they are protected, speak very freely with me. So it's very good data, but good question. Yeah. Mhm.
Yes, of course.
Same study too. I had a question about the use of the term librarians. Do you have non-librarians that you spoke to that work in libraries? Our library has a lot of people who are not professional librarians, don't have a professional library qualification. Were those people included in your study, or was it librarians within LIS? Yeah.
Quick answer is no. But I think we have 70-something librarians at IU in Bloomington. And we have hundreds of staff, I think, but for feasibility, we just do little pockets of populations at a time, but there's interest in looking at staff too. So, and it would be equity-wise a very different story, for sure, as you might imagine.
Thank you. Any other question, please? So if we're done, this was the end of this session. Thank you so much for being here. Congratulations to the speakers. See you around.
The first presentation will be using phenomenography to measure the first year student experience of using the online library. It's colleague from Ireland, Breda Connell. Can you hear us, Breda? Are you with us? No. Nothing's happening. I will call for help. Nothing's happening.
Let me check if they are here. We are on mute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great, okay.
Yeah,
Hi.
yeah. She's here, I think, huh? Yeah. Maybe the time. We should wait. Yeah, okay. Brenda, can you open the
Rita,
camera,
yeah.
please?
Say it again, sorry.
Can you open the camera?
I'm trying. Yeah.
But we
Bear
can
with
hear
me.
you. This is the best thing.
Great.
At least we can hear you. You should open your camera and share your screen if you want. Yeah, now we can see you.
Great. Okay, to share the screen, just bear with me, please.
Yeah? Are you trying to
I
share?
am trying, yeah.
Yeah,
don't-
no. Maybe the.
Can you share my slides from there?
Can you? I have them.
Brilliant.
Do I
yeah.
have them? Yeah. Let me
You
just.
should have, yeah.
Yeah. It's studying discussion.
No.
Sorry.
You.
Using.
Mhm.
Which one is the one? Let me just.
No.
Yeah, this is it. Using. No.
It's not.
No. No. I have them all open now. It's okay.
Okay, so
No, this is not working.
Hello, everyone. My name is Breda Carlo. I'm a librarian at SETU Carlow, Ireland. I want to tell you about my research project using phenomenography to measure how our first-year undergraduate students experience using the online library. Exactly what I'm going to say in a few minutes. For assignments and learning. So first, I will explain a bit about the background to this research and the university where it was carried out. I will introduce you to the first-year students who took part in the study, and I'll talk a little bit about why and how the study was carried out. I will explain why phenomenography was a good fit for this research, and I'll give you an overview of what the analysis part of the research looks like. I will present some of the findings and recommendations from the research and also offer a reflection on the use of this methodology for library-based research. So SETU is a newly formed university, an amalgamation of two institutes of technology in the southeast of Ireland, with campuses in Carlow, Waterford, Wexford, Wicklow and Kilkenny. The students that I worked with for this study were first-year students of engineering and sports and media studies students in Carlow. My role in Southeast Technological University Library brings me into contact with lifelong learning students and researchers. I chose to work with full-time undergraduate students with this research in order to broaden my knowledge and experience of our library community. This research was carried out as part of my final thesis for an MA in Teaching and Learning, which I completed in 2021. And I just want to mention a few things also to contextualize this research. And the first of these is the notion of student voice. I really wanted the authentic voice of the student to be at the heart of this study, because it can sometimes seem that the viewpoints and opinions of students are collated to create a homogeneous or unified voice. Also, the important notion of transition to higher education learning. This offered a backdrop to my research because the library is central to the cross-campus efforts to retain and engage first-year students. We know that there are complex elements at play for students as they make the transition to higher education learning and begin to assess their information needs while they carve out their path to becoming autonomous learners. I have to mention COVID-19 because this was the context within which this research was carried out. Because of public health restrictions in Ireland at that time, these first-year students came onto campus in a very restricted and controlled way in September 2020. And indeed, they spent extended periods of time later in the academic year when even that wasn't possible, and all of their learning took place online and away from one another and from us. And then the idea of measuring experience. This is something that I was particularly interested in here, and it links back again also to student voice and listening to the rich detail that individuals can tell us and using that to look more closely at our own work as librarians. So the fundamental aim of the research was to find out what it's like from the student perspective as they learn to look for information in the online library. And then with this knowledge, then I aimed to improve student experience of using the online library resources. And this is reflected then in my research questions. So my first research question that you see here was my main one, and then that was followed by the two sub questions. This research was conducted using a mixed methods approach, a quantitative questionnaire, and then focus group interviews using phenomenography. And I selected this approach as it offered the best way to answer the research questions, and also because triangulating the data using these two different approaches allowed me to strengthen the study by having the first phase inform the design of the second phase. And in this presentation, due to time constraints, I'm going to concentrate on the second phase. So I chose to use phenomenography for this study because I wanted to really get an understanding of how students experience using the online library resources. And I didn't want to interpret this or infer this from their responses. I wanted their words and their meanings to speak for themselves. So phenomenography is a methodology which was designed to research the process of learning from the student's perspective, and the person who developed the methodology, Martin, tells us this. And this makes it a second order methodology. And it's particularly suited to interrogating how learning works in specific situations from the student's perspective. So this was key for me. Also, it aims to understand the variety of different experiences of the collective. And importantly, it captures the variations in the ways that people experience phenomena in the world. This notion of the various experiences of students learning to use the online library was the right fit for what I was trying to do, as it allowed me to capture the participants' ways of seeing, understanding, and experiencing the world around them. And I'm using the words of Martin and Pang here. And this meant that phenomena are investigated through the experience of the participants rather than the experience of the researcher. So the second phase of the research consisted of the phenomenographic interviews. These took place online due to COVID restrictions, and I recorded the sessions, and these were all anonymized. The questions for the sessions related to using the online library resources and were open-ended to allow the students to reflect on their experiences. So these are just some sample questions that I would have used in the interview. The purpose of the interview in phenomenographic research is to allow the subjects to reflect on the phenomena and their experience of it, and the researcher is prepared for the discussion to follow an unexpected path. So this meant that I could ask follow-up questions that I hadn't scripted if it meant that it allowed students to expand on their experiences and feelings, which was crucial for to get that rich understanding and to get that variety of perspectives. So for my study, I used the process as laid out by Herbert and Pearce from their 2013 study relating to mathematical conceptions. And this offers a clear and simple map whereby you select your phenomena, you collect your data, the researcher immerses herself in the data, and then in order to develop themes, known as categories of description, and also to develop these differences within the themes. These are known as dimensions of variation. And then developing a graphical representation of how these two interact, and this is known as the outcome space. So the aim of the phenomenographic analysis of the student interviews is to reveal these categories of descriptions or themes. These are delineated by dimensions of variation, and these are linked closely to the data. So the connection back to the data is extremely important in phenomenography. And then we get this structured categories in the outcome space. So Herbert and Pearce tell us that the researcher in phenomenography is trying to describe the phenomenon as seen by the participant and not as the researcher sees it. So this is why the immersion in the data is so important. It's a very immersive and an iterative process. And an important step here was to try to answer the how and the what questions about the students' approaches with using the online library. So how does the student describe their experience and what are they focusing on within their answers? All of the responses from participants were examined by focusing on what the statement revealed about how they experienced using the online library. And then this allowed me to create groups of statements together, which from the words used by the students seemed to belong together. The analysis of the transcripts resulted in the production of these themes or categories of description. And these describe the different ways that students experience using the online library. And it also produces these dimensions of variation or the range of differences in how students experience the categories of themes. So from this analysis came then these meaning statements, which came directly from the words of the students. And these were all different from one another, but were the themes that were arising out of the information. So for example, number 6 tells us students see the online library as a resource that requires training to use well. Number 7, students see the online library as a resource that requires a strategic approach, for example. So these meaning statements then, I grouped these together according to the conceptions about the online library. And these groupings also helped with the formation of the dimensions of variation or the range of differences in how students experience the categories. So this grouping was also an iterative process. So every time I was moving statements around and trying to group like statements together, I went back to the data to make sure that this is exactly what the students were telling me. This iterative process then resulted in the production of 6 categories of description or themes which describe the different ways that students experience using the online library. The online library is vast, searching it takes time, as does learning to navigate it. Evaluating sources takes time. Key to success is in developing competencies and strategies, and learning how to in different ways at different times is important. So these were the themes that emerged from the interviews. The dimensions of variation then in a phenomenographic study are those differences that become apparent within each category or each category of description or each theme. And the range of differences, these are the range of differences in how students experience the categories. And after working through this process, 3 dimensions of variation common to all categories, but experienced in different ways, were apparent from the data. So developing student identity, becoming an autonomous learner, and engagement. The outcome space then is the final result in a phenomenographic study, and it represents the collective experience of the participants of the phenomenon, in this case using the online library. So the outcome space depicts the relationship between the categories of description and the dimensions of variation. And in this way, the outcome space captures the different ways that students experience using the online library. So this was the final outcome space from this study, and it's generally in phenomenographic research, it's depicted graphically. But because of the iterative way that the transcripts were analysed, the categories represent a range of experiences of all participants combined and not individuals. In essence, the outcome space shows that depending on where they are on their journey to developing their new identity as a student, along with how they are developing as an independent learner and how engaged they are with their learning, these students experience different degrees of understanding of the aspects of using the online library as described in the 6 categories above. So the synthesis of the results then, this is the really lovely part about phenomenography, I think. To report the findings, we return to the actual words of the participants to report back. These words support the conceptions that we have found, so the very things that the students have told us about. And what this does is it shows us the variations or the ranges and the differences also in how the students experience the phenomenon, so in the students' own words. So for example, category 1, the online library is a vast resource. So some students felt completely overwhelmed by the resources available to them and were very confused as to where they should start to find information. So speaker 3, for example, tells us, I didn't really know where to start or what to press. It was unclear and I just hadn't a clue really. So that's kind of one experience of it, and then you also get the whole range of the experiences then back in the students' own words. So another example, category 5, competencies and strategies are central to success. Students' experience was that in order to succeed at using the online library to carry out research, they needed to develop competencies and skills. And there was a clear articulation of the need to use a search strategy to find material and to develop specific skills to achieve success. The speaker 6 tells us, it always worked out better if I planned what to do, even if I was to plan on paper about an assignment and what I needed to look for. So you see the different variations as well within going back to the words of the individual students from the interviews. So using the findings then, the overall finding from the phenomenographic analysis of the focus group data has important implications for how the library service designs and delivers information literacy teaching and support for students. The outcome space depicted the relationship between the development of the student identity, the ability to learn independently, and the level of engagement of the student. And these should be central to the design of our services and supports. And it's clear that we need to focus on the role of the library in developing student identity and look for different ways to weave this into our work. This has to be underpinned with a pedagogical approach to information literacy supports for students in relation to online library resources. We also need to look closely at the library's role in the development of independent learners in our student communities. And we need to highlight specific ways to encourage students to engage with all of the learning resources that we produce. Overall, we need to make sure that we have theoretical reasons for doing what we are doing in terms of how we help students to find, access, assess, and use the information that they need.
Excuse
so
me,
just
Breda,
reflecting then on using
Excuse me,
phenomenography.
Breda, can you hear me?
My research was
Breda,
very
can you
small
hear me,
scale
please?
study, so I was working on my own, and I found that quite daunting, but extremely rewarding. With larger studies, researchers work in groups, so they're not, so they're sharing the information and sharing the discussion about, at data level. In retrospect, I would have enlisted the help of colleagues, but I suppose that's not always possible with time and staffing constraints. So there was a very steep learning curve with using this methodology. The immersion in the data is crucial, but it's very, very time consuming, and it's really important. It's a really important part of the process in order to maintain the integrity of the second order approach, this constant returning to the data. I think it's a wonderful way to learn about our own work from our own students. And it also offers a brilliant way to listen to students telling us about how they learn. And it's a great methodology, in my opinion, which is suited to library-based research. So thank you very much for listening. And if you do have any feedback, I'd be delighted to hear from you. So you've got my contact details here. Thank you.
Thank you, Breda. Thank you. We will back to you later if there is any questions on your work. Thank you once more. So the next one will be colleague from Finland, Ari Hassio, studying discussion groups and image boards, ethical and methodological questions. So here you are.
Which one of these?
I hope I will find the right one. It's not yours, I think. I don't know.
No.
No. Okay, I will just put it down. Let me see. The other one.
No.
Okay.
No.
It's impossible to read the last one.
No.
No.
How about?
Hello, everyone. My name is Breda Connell. I'm a librarian at SET.
First one?
No. Hey, then we have the memory stick.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, but
Yeah.
there.
You share it now.
Yeah. Share here.
It's that one.
Here.
So,
Said not to touch this.
okay.
That
We don't.
to me.
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon. Can you see my PowerPoints over there?
Yes, it's okay, I think.
Yeah. My name is Ari Hassio. I come from the Seinäjoki University of Applied Sciences, Finland. And today I'm going to speak about the studying discussion groups and image boards, ethical and methodological questions. Well, there's much to tell about that, but I'll just give you some highlights. I've done this research about image boards and discussion groups for about 10 years. And this presentation is made with my colleague, Dr. Elisa Kannasto. We are actually writing an article about this theme, so I don't have you the final results, but some ideas, some points, what you have to consider when you are doing research in discussion groups and image boards. Okay. First, we have to think that do we have the freedom to collect and use the data what you have in the net. Actually, any public conversation that doesn't require logging in is available as research material. If the site requires logging in, you must ask the administrator for permission to conduct research. And even with public data such as online discussions, ethical consideration is still needed. For example, to what extent we use the material or include citations. When you ask the permission, if the permission is needed, it's always a bit difficult because sometimes the fact that you are doing research is told to all those who are taking part in the discussions, and it may somehow affect to the results. So actually, when you study anonymous sites and discussion boards and so on, it's easier that you can lurk over there and just don't take part into the discussions. Many people have asked me that, do you take part in the discussions? No, I don't take part. I just collect the material, and actually I'll just collect the material and then after that I don't go there anymore. I analyze the material. That's the idea. What I've studied or what we have studied Elisa Kannasto has studied Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram and political brands in Finland. And I've done my studies about socially withdrawn hikikomoris, their mental health problems, information sharing, different kind of information use, and information seeking, drug vendors and users, the information needs, information sharing, stuff like that on the dark net. So you go deep to the dark net, to those places where very, very nasty things happen. Drug vendors, just part of it. There are many things which are much, much nastier than selling drugs. I won't even mention them now, but I think that you can imagine what they can be. But I've concentrated to the drug vendors. Hate speech also, and information sharing in chat rooms on Facebook about different kinds of themes. For example, hate speech in Facebook, and information sharing via aliases in sex chats. So when you have these sex chats, people have aliases. Of course, they are anonymous, but what does the alias tell them, to other users, for example? So when you share information, we have collected our material from Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Ylilauta, which is a picture board in Finland, Finnish drug markets in Tor network, and herkku.net, which was Finnish sex chat. Actually, I've been there at the bright side and at the dark side of the net. There are legal and illegal contents. Left we have Facebook, which is very familiar to everyone. Right there's Finnish Sipulitori drug marketplace. It's closed now some years ago, but we used it with Professor Harviainen to collect the material, 9,300 different messages. We analyzed them. And there we have, for example, you can see they have pictures of the products they sell and everything like that. And when we think about clear web, that's the web we use normally. It can be reached by the regular browsers. Then we have the dark web, which is the part of internet which is reachable by special browsers like Tor browser. And then when we come to the ethics, what it's based on, two things. Two very important things: confidence and anonymity. We have very sensitive and illegal matters, mental health problems. For example, I've done research about hikikomori's mental health problems and suicides, what they are planning. They are very, very sensitive things to do research about. Then illegal matters like drug dealing, because Finland has very, very strict legislation. Possession and use and selling of any drug is forbidden. And so you have to be extremely tactful and respect the privacy. We get to know people's bigger nicknames, and we can't combine them with messages. We get to know weaker addresses, information about people's cars, registration plates, addresses, and even real names. And when we analyze the texts, we have to separate those things from the content, because otherwise we could do some harm to those people. And the main point here is that we don't want to harm anyone. And we've been in touch with the police, and they know what we are doing and they respect it. And of course, we help them, and they have their own people there too. But the idea there is that we don't want to give any kind of information that could reveal the identity, and that must be deleted. For example, we have 3.2 million messages from one Finnish Tor site, and now we are deleting all the material which is the kind of material which can tell who is there, whose wicker is there, whose registration plate is that, and so on. Here is a citation from Harviainen et al. The process requires that minimization of any potential harm that could come to the subjects because of the published results. That's the main point when you are doing research in the discussion groups and dark web and picture boards. Many things are very sensitive. Of course, there are discussion groups and stuff like that, which handle about dogs, for example. But even in those cases, remember to anonymize everything. And it's the same in clear web, that people do have sensitive matters, and anonymity is important, and we have to respect that. For example, if we are doing research on the Facebook, the data must be analyzed so that there's no traces of the identity. And for example, how can we citate those messages? We have to think it very carefully. We can't put the citations to someone's name. And it's good to remember that people don't always think that it's public what they write when they go to the social media, that someone can cite them. There's one exception. It's the celebrities, politicians, musicians, everything like that. They are in a different position. We can use their names and take citations from the prime minister or so on, or a singer, what she or he has said in the social media, for example. And when we are doing that kind of stuff to blogs or Instagram or so on, the names are used. Collecting data, well, you can use NVivo or any kind of computer program. That's what we use, pen and paper. Why? The reason is that we first manually collect the material with screenshots and or copy and paste the Word. We can do it with pager, Instaloader, or so on. Point is here that when you are analyzing the data, if you use these automatic programs, you get the words, for example, but you don't get the context. And what we are doing is going through these messages, reading them by word, and trying to understand the context, because the context is there, what gives the depth to this research. We can count everything. I'm not a quantity man, I'm a quality man. Quality is the point here, and you have to go deeper in there. Of course, we use quantitative analysis, for example, how many information needs about that or that. But then when you want really to understand these people and their world, you have to go deeper in there and analyze them. So these messages that, you take the context with you. And then, of course, coding manually. You can say that we use ethnographic analysis. I don't speak more about ethnographic analysis. Read Cosinets, or you're welcome to come and talk with me when we see over there. And problems and challenges till the end. What is explicated and what's implicated? What kind of words and expressions are used? That's interesting, and that tells us very much. For example, when we are doing research about the drug scene, you can say that they have a very, very different kind of expressions, what they use. One drug can have even 20 or 30 different names in Finnish language. And expressions like that, what they tell us. That's very interesting. It takes time, but it's worth it, I think. And then, of course, we do for the basis normally the quantitative analysis about how many messages about this or that. Well, there's forthcoming from Elisa Canasto and me an article based on this presentation. If somebody publishes it, hope so. And we are giving examples, cases from our studies and some theoretical stuff, much more here, just highlights. It's kind of a teaser in this lecture, what is coming. And if you are interested in, here are some references. Thank you very much for your interest.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you for taking care of time, about time. Yeah, and I would certainly like to learn more about it. It's very interesting. So the next speaker is, okay. It's so many open.
Oh, my memory.
Yes, your memory stick. Here you are. I close it. So let me see what's the next one. The next one is 4 authors towards expanding the typology of research methods in library and information science research. It will be virtual, but how I will find them?
Hello, I am here. This is Christina Matuziak.
Can you hear me
okay?
Yes, okay.
Let me try to share my screen. Maybe it will work.
Yes.
Can you hear my presentation?
Yes, I can see you. Yes, everything's fine. Thank you.
All right, so I think I can just do it on my end. You don't have to play it. So thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to talk about our research project and the work on the typology of research methods in the library information science field. My name is Christina Matuziak. I'm associate professor in the research methods and information science department at the University of Denver in the United States. And I would like to acknowledge my co-authors and members of the research team, Dr. Wisława Osińska of Nicholas Copernicus University in Poland, and my colleagues at the University of Denver, Peter Organiszczak and Robin Thomas Pitts. Part of our research project focus on examining and expanding the typology of research methods in LIS. And the topic is not new. Many researchers have, and I think we are having a problem. Can you see my presentation?
You stopped for a while. I'm sorry, we lost you. Just a minute, please.
Oh.
Just a second.
Okay. Are you seeing my PowerPoint?
No, that's the problem. We hear you, but can't see your PowerPoint
All right,
presentation.
let me try one more time to share. Yeah, I think, there we go.
Yeah, I lost her.
What's happening? Yeah.
Okay.
How is it now?
So
Can you see the PowerPoint now?
just give me 1 second, just 1 second. Okay. I will do it. It's out of, yeah. The projector is not working. Yeah. Something happened with the.
I think it's actually on your end because
No, we can see it on the, we can see the slides, but we cannot see them on the projector that our, ναι, ο projectors δεν λειτουργεί. Έχω πατήσει εδώ να μου τον βρει. Just give me a second.
Sure.
Έχω πατήσει εδώ να μου το βρει, βλέπετε, αλλά δεν το βλέπει το projector. Είναι χωρίς σύνδεση, κάτι έπαθε. Α, εγώ το βλέπω. Ναι, για πάμε. Έτσι να το ξανακάνω. And afterwards, you have to check the chat, huh? The chat. Maybe it's been written something there, or they wanted to ask something. It's in the chat. Yes, we can see it now.
All right, let me pick it up where I left off. So I mentioned that the topic is not new. There are multiple reviews of research methods in the field. And this is really an important part of research in our field, as systematic investigation of research methods is fundamental really to understanding the field's evolution, to the debate about interdisciplinary influences, and to the recognition of LIS as a scientific discipline. You know, and more research in these areas, I think that encourages people to try different research methods and kind of to diversify the field. So there are three major approaches to studying research methods that kind of emerged in this area of research. Content analysis is the most prevalent approach, where researchers analyze published studies in terms of what methods have selected, what data collection offers use. And two researchers, Jarvelin and Bakari, provided really a foundation for content analysis of research methods and introduced a fundamental model really for classifying the methods, and I will talk a little bit more about it later. Content analysis usually is done manually and is extremely time consuming. So we are seeing different approaches in recent years, bibliometrics and also data mining that allows to automate some of the data analysis process. So the classification developed by Jarvelin and Vakari has served as a foundation for systematic content analysis of research methods in LIS for many years, and it has been adopted in several studies. The hierarchical classification of methods distinguishes between research strategies, data collection methods, and methods of data analysis. It also identifies types of investigations, including empirical, theoretical, and methodological. The classification model with its constant variables is very useful in longitudinal studies. It is limited, however, in analyzing like qualitative and mixed methods, and because that has not been updated in several years. And I think that's what we found actually in our research. It's kind of limited to trying to classify qualitative and mixed methods, because there has been increased and diversification in this area of research in our field. And as our previous speakers actually demonstrated, very interesting research methods in qualitative research. So the project goals for our work in terms of classification of research methods is actually secondary. The primary goal of our study was to investigate the relationship between the use of visual data, information visualization, and research methods applied in information science studies. So the study conducted the content analysis of research articles published in the Journal of the Association of Information Science and Technology, JASIS, and we analyzed the articles published between 2015 and 2019. So updating research methodology was sort of a secondary goal that arose from the need to have more detailed coding of research methods to study the relationship between visual data representation and research methods. So here are our research questions. What research methods and types of data are utilized in library information science research? What types of visualizations are included in the research articles? And then we were looking at the relationship between research methods and information visualizations. And in these presentations, I really focus sort of on the first research question and classifying the research methods. We use a hybrid approach, so a combination of content analysis and machine learning approaches, and analyze 175 research papers published in JASIS between 2015 and 2019. And in content analysis, we focused on typology and really adopted a framework from social sciences. So the coding scheme consisted of 34 variables, and 19 focused specifically on empirical research. After the coding was completed, we invited a researcher who was not involved in the study at all, and asked this researcher to conduct an audit of our coding and our classifications. And then we received feedback and then revised the coding based on the feedback we received from the researcher. So let's talk a little bit about our efforts of expanding the typology and then also removing some ambiguities in the terminology. So we are adopting a hierarchical structure using social science research. So again, type of investigations, research approach, research strategies, and collection methods. And the resulting typology makes a distinction between theoretical and empirical types of investigations, and then further distinguishes between empirical studies that use primary and secondary data. Empirical studies can be designed with a qualitative, quantitative, and mixed methods approaches. And yeah, I will just go briefly through those different categories that we apply. So a research approach is defined as an overall plan or design for conducting research, not just a method for data analysis, as often we've seen that. In social sciences, there is the distinction between qualitative, quantitative, and mixed methods. And I think our difference here is that in older classification models used in LIS, mixed methods was not distinguished as a separate approach. In some cases, it was just identified as an approach to data analysis. And the research strategy are types of qualitative, quantitative, or mixed methods approaches that provide a specific direction for research design and the selection of methods. Within the qualitative approach, we can distinguish a case study, ethnography, grounded theory approach, phenomenology, phenomegraphic research. Again, the difference here is that typology within the qualitative research is more detailed and nuanced than the previous model. Within the quantitative approach in social sciences, we typically see a survey or experimental design, but in library and information science, we also have some quite unique quantitative research strategies that we don't see in other disciplines such as bibliometrics. And I think in recent years, we are seeing an increase in data mining and text mining. The mixed methods approaches can also have different designs depending whether quantitative and qualitative data collection analysis are conducted sequentially or are convergent. Collection methods represent tools and techniques related to collecting data in empirical studies. In our study, we identified a range of techniques used in empirical studies: questionnaires, interviews, data extraction, observations, focus group. This is really not that much different from previous models, except that I think we are recognizing data extraction in studies that use secondary data. So after we really expanded that model, we then applied it to coding the articles. So in our pool, we had a total of 751 articles. 29 were theoretical, where there were really no secondary or primary data. They were conceptual papers. So really the focus of our analysis was on the empirical. 720 articles that use either secondary or qualitative data. This table demonstrates the distribution of investigations by year and makes a further distinction within the empirical study that use primary or secondary data, or a combination of both. A study with primary data involves studying a phenomenon by collecting original data through questionnaires, interviews, focus group, or direct observations. A study with secondary data involves studying a phenomenon by reusing and analyzing existing data available through databases, websites, dark web, other secondary sources. Empirical studies with primary data include new data and novel approaches to data analysis, while secondary studies reuse and analyze existing data with novel approaches. It is interesting that actually the two previous presentations are examples one, phenomegraphic research of primary data, and the second one that Ari presented is the use of secondary data. As you can see in the table, most of our studies in the pool analyze secondary data, which I think is a quite interesting finding because it is an indication of the changing library information science, sort of in the context of big data. So many sources of data are readily available, and researchers really don't have to spend time collecting and analyzing original data, which can be very time consuming. Most of the study in the analyzed sample were conducting using the quantitative approach, 77%. Fewer studies use a qualitative approach and mixed methods design. The findings are consistent with other content analysis studies in LIS that found that quantitative approach with surveys, experiments, and bibliometrics is dominant in our field. And the research strategies applied in quantitative studies were the most popular, and those included data mining, bibliometrics, experiments, and surveys. There is, of course, a strong correlation between the quantitative approach and those strategies. And since qualitative research was less prevalent, we are seeing fewer strategies that are associated with qualitative research, such as grounded theory or ethnography. The techniques in data collections are pretty well known, and there's actually no surprises here, but techniques such as interviews and questionnaires used in primary research would be more dominant. Our, I think, unique contribution here is noting a high number of studies that use secondary data and the technique of data extraction. So the proposed typology allows one to study the relationship between the categories and supports quality control in content analysis. And I would like to emphasize this because I think sometimes we see discrepancies between some of the types of investigations or approaches and then the data collection techniques. So I think this typology allows us to examine the match between the research approaches, strategies, and data collection techniques. So for example, if we identify a study as a survey, it will be within the quantitative approach and very likely will use the questionnaire as a data collection technique. On the other hand, if we identify a study as a grounded theory, it will be within a qualitative approach with heavy use of interviews as data collection techniques. The focus of our study was primarily on empirical research, which uses different approaches, strategies, and techniques to design research and collect and analyze data. We do acknowledge the theoretical research, and you can see it is part of the diagram, but since there are now methods, there is not much discussion around that. The proposed schemes expands the range of research strategies within the quantitative and qualitative approaches and opens an opportunity for a refined classification and further diversification of research methods in LIS. Despite its hierarchical structure, the model is fairly flexible and it can be expanded, and other strategies and data collection techniques can be added. And I want to talk briefly about the limitations. So what we identified worked with types of research accepted and published in JCID, which obviously has in its editorial policy and accepts certain types of research, and it tends to be quantitative. I think when we apply this typology to other types of journals, we'll see probably more qualitative or mixed method approaches. So I want to acknowledge that. I also found that I think the social science model may be a little bit limited in kind of a more quantitative side of LIS, where we are using a lot of secondary data. And I think a further diversification of methods to data mining and text mining should probably be further explored. So here are our references, and I again want to acknowledge our research team and feel free to reach out to us if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. Stay with us for questions and answers later on at the end of the session. Thank you so much. Thank you. So the next speaker is Andrew Asher. Limits to Trust, Library Learning Analytics from the Student Perspective. Here you are.
Share this with other. Share. This is yours. Yeah. Okay.
Good.
You have space?
Yes. Thank you. The title of my presentation is Limits to Trust, Library Learning Analytics from the Student Perspective. And I'm here representing a 8-member research team of a project called Data Doubles. There we go. The Data Doubles project was a 3-year project looking at the experience of undergraduate students related to learning analytics, first in libraries and then secondarily in higher ed in general. So this was a very large study, and I'm covering 3.5 years of work in just 15 minutes. So it's going to be, by necessity, very high level. I would point you to our website, datadoubles.org, and our research repository. And I'll put these up at the end of my presentation as well for additional information. So the purpose of this project was to conduct a student-centered research agenda that looked at the student perspectives on privacy issues associated with academic library participation in learning analytics. And here we define learning analytics as the measurement, collection, analysis, and reporting of student and other data for the purposes of understanding and optimizing learning and the environments in which it occurs. And one of our real motivations for conducting this study was that we found that the student voice was often missing from conversations surrounding learning analytics, especially in 2018 when we started this work. There has been some minor improvement since then, but still often the students are seen as subjects and not as collaborators in this sort of learning analytics environment. So our goals of this study was to identify reactions, both positive and negative, of students to learning analytics practices, to ascertain the privacy expectations and preferences, especially among demographic groups when data was allowed it, and finally to recommend information policy and technological design changes at higher ed institutions. Our funding was from a little over a $500,000 grant from the Institute of Library and Information Services. So I want to acknowledge their support in this work. And of course, the findings and conclusions are my own and my research team and don't represent IMLS. This is the research team. There were 8 of us participating across a range of universities and types of universities in the US. We also did include community colleges at all phases of this study, even though there isn't an institutional representative at community colleges. So we tried to get a really good and broad cross-section of students in the United States. So we used a phase-based research design with each phase informing the development of the phase that followed it. The first phase was a qualitative interview design where we asked students to identify themes about library participation in learning analytics with regards to their privacy. Phase 2 was a quantitative survey, which we developed based on the findings in phase 1. And then phase 3 was a series of scenario-based focus groups that looked at specific scenarios and how students felt that those either respected or didn't respect their privacy. And I'll talk very briefly about the high-level findings in each of the phases. So the first phase, as I said, was semi-structured interviews. These were designed with 3 core questions addressing privacy in general, privacy for students, and privacy in libraries. And then a smaller group of students was asked thematic questions on several different areas, including data use, data protections, awareness of learning analytics, and libraries and learning analytics. So there were about 20 students in each of those groups, and there was about 150 students altogether participating. So just some findings from the first phase of the study. In general, we found that students were initially not very aware of what their institutions were doing surrounding learning analytics and the kind of data that was being collected when they were initially asked. However, as the interviews went on and additional questions were asked, students started identifying demographic, academic, financial, and other kinds of information that they thought their universities or institutions had access to. And then some students were able to identify in more detail the campus information systems that were likely to track their digital behaviors. Getting into what students thought about libraries, students often thought that libraries collected a lot more information than many libraries actually do. So they overwhelmingly believe the library tracked what physical materials they checked out even after they were returned, which generally we don't. A lot of students suggested that librarians had access to things like academic information, including things like enrollment records, program of study, but then not things like course grades or grade point average. And to a lesser degree, students suggested that libraries knew when students interacted with particular information systems, such as databases and web resources. Students expressed fairly nuanced arguments about when access to different kinds of data should be restricted, especially related to third parties. And this is a theme that we saw throughout the 3 years of the study, that third parties were where students were really concerned. Students recognized that some information was especially sensitive and deserves specific and rigorous access limitations. And when they talked about that, they often refer to things like GPA and grade information, but as well as things like location data and healthcare records. And one real red line that we saw related to learning analytics was anything that tracked location data. So just to develop this theme about third parties, students were very negatively, felt very negatively about third-party institutions having access to any kind of student data. So of course in libraries where we have agreements with a lot of third parties, this becomes very important. And they felt that it was okay for third parties to access data in kind of two conditions: when it was presented in statistical form without identifying characteristics, and when students could review the reasons for sharing and have the ability to consent or not consent to data practices. So moving on to the second phase, the survey development. So we developed an original survey from scratch. This involved 25 high-level questions and 154 unique responses. And these are organized across 7 thematic modules, which we identified during the content analysis of the previous survey. So we created stratified random samples of 4,000 to 5,000 students from each of the 8 universities. We sent out just under 36,000 invitations and got about 1,900 fully completed surveys back and another 300 or so partially completed. So this gives us a relative standard error of about 2%, which for this kind of survey is pretty good. We also did a lot of post hoc validation analysis and reliability analysis of the survey to ensure that it's rigorous for reuse. So it is available for reuse at other institutions. And if you're interested in that, please contact us. So just getting into some of the results from the survey. What we found was that, again, students believe the library were using personally identifiable information for quite a few different uses, especially identifying things like books and journals and things they use, services they used, things like recommendation engines, and then also to identify websites. We also saw a real kind of typology of the types of data students believed were private. So more private information were things like financial records, banking information, credit scores, then health records, then things like academic advising notes, and other academic activities. And then way down at the bottom, use of physical library resources and use of online library resources were the things that students thought were the least private of all the things we asked about. And when we asked them how comfortable they were with the collection of this kind of information, we saw a real similar pattern, except two things jumped out as students feeling less comfortable than private. And that, again, was location on campus and internet browsing history. So those differed from the kind of hierarchy of privacy. So we asked students about when they would feel if their privacy was violated, and we saw that they felt that their privacy would be violated if librarians had access to a lot of types of personally identifiable information, and then especially sharing that information outside of the university, with 92% of students saying that was a privacy violation. And when asked about if they trusted institutions to use their personally identifiable information in ways that respected their trust, we saw that the university and the university library were fairly well trusted by students, conversely to things like social media and web services companies, which were pretty much not trusted among students. So again, that becomes important when we think about our third-party obligations. So just some kind of concluding findings from the second phase of the study. Students believed that libraries were collecting personally identifiable information, often when this wasn't the case. And they don't perceive their library data to be particularly private. There's a high degree of comfort in the collection of that data. There were some contradictions that we found in this data. Library and access was viewed as a privacy violation, even though students highly trusted librarians and libraries. And there's a belief that the university and the library will use PIA in ways that respect their trust, even though sometimes that's not what's going on, or there's much more extensive use of that data than students believe. And then finally, just talking a bit about the third phase of the study. So in this phase, we gave students scenario-based focus groups. And these are the scenarios up on the screen. I don't have time to get into a lot of detail on each of those. But so we gave the students a scenario, and we first asked them to evaluate whether or not the scenario as written respected their privacy. And then we asked them through a series of kind of guided focus group questions to come to a consensus, to build a consensus among themselves about what conditions would this scenario exist in a way that respected their trust and their privacy. And so in the interest of time, I'm only going to talk about the details of one of these. So this is library services that are embedded in the learning management system. And so in general, students expressed more approval than disapproval in this question, and they really drew a distinction between information as being educational and not personal as being okay to use. And so there was a clear understanding in this scenario that analyzing how LMS data could aid students and improve library practices as being very important to respecting their trust within the scenario. So as I've already mentioned, trust and privacy was respected in this scenario, or the students felt it was respected in the scenario, to the extent that data was focused on education, the practices were transparent, and the data is not identifiable. They expressed trust in librarians accessing and using this data than in other institutional actors, such as faculty who make direct judgments about them. They're very concerned about the conflict of interest with around analytics and grades. They didn't have many reasons up to this point to be concerned about their privacy in this scenario as it relates to libraries and the use of their data. So here it's very important that we don't break that trust, or we don't do things that break that trust. There was one university that had an incident, not with this scenario, but with location data, where we saw that the students really no longer trusted their university with using that data. And they felt that data uses that could change and advance institutional interests, especially when librarians and institutions partnered with third parties was problematic. So just to kind of summarize the third phase a little bit, again, with the other phase, as with the previous two phases, students placed significant trust in libraries and in their universities as institutions. They felt that educational data mining practices were okay, but only when they had clear educational purposes. So data mining to sell them products or to improve products were not necessarily okay. And then institutions really must educate students about the practices to maintain their trust. Students over and over talked about the importance of consent, the importance of being able to opt out of data collection, and a desire to co-design analytic systems and practices, which are almost never included in it at the current moment. So with my last 10 seconds, I will again point you to our website and our research repository. Our research repository has all of our instruments, all of the survey results with the statistical tests associated with them, all of our publications that are out, and a lot of other useful information about the study. And again, all of this is available for use for other groups.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very important topic. And the last presentation is coming from China. I will try to find your, here we are, discovering the
first one.
Yes, the first one.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, can I jump in? I'm the last one.
Education. So I hope we are sharing this one. Oh,
Sorry, can you guys hear me? I'm the last one. I think this is not the last one. Hello?
what is it right now? It's not.
Can you hear me?
No. No. So you are where you are here we are. Okay, share.
Can you guys hear me?
Is it your? No. Let me see then. Once again. It's not visible here.
Cancel the sharing.
I think it's okay right now. Well, again? Oh my God.
Hello, can you guys hear me? I don't know why they cannot hear me. Maybe because they switched to the other one, right? Switched to on-site.
So, yeah. I think we've changed again the.
Christina, what should I do? I don't know.
This is the problem, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. It's always moving here. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. No, it's searching for the. Searching. So let me just ask for this.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, excuse me.
Okay.
They will call.
Find someone to help.
Okay. The projector is moved. This is the problem. Sorry, για δείξτε μου πώς το κάνεις για να το κάνεις την επόμενη φορά. Πού το. Τι πατάς.
Alt-P, το...
Okay.
Alt-P, ναι.
Αυτό το σημαίακι το P και σου βγάζει το μενού από εκεί.
Alt-P, οκ.
Okay.
Your haircuts.
Okay. Share. No, PowerPoint. I think it's better to share the screen.
Yeah. I think you're sharing Microsoft. Yeah, we're sharing. Share the screen. Again, share plus share. Share. Yeah. We're done. Yeah. When you're moving the cursor, it comes to another page. That's why. I'm not so sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
There. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wang Yanpeng from Chinese Academy of Sciences, National Science Library. The topic I want to share is discovering the features and insights of technology governance based on public opinion data mining. There are three parts I want to share. The first is research question. The rapid development of technology may have a disruptive impact on social culture, industrial structure, business model, and so on. For example, while AIGC like ChatGPT empowers us, it may also generate a lot of wrong information and fake news. And also, deepfakes may violate personal privacy and even national security. So we need a complex and diverse governance system is needed to maximize technology's positive effects and avoid its negative effects. However, elite decision making has played a major role in traditional technology governance system. The wisdom of the masses was underappreciated for reasons such as cost and effort. So how can the wisdom of the masses participate in the process of technology governance more efficiently? So we try to propose a set of data mining methods aiming at discovering the features and insights of technology governance from the wisdom of the masses. Okay, the second part is data and method. In terms of data, the public opinion data contains a lot of viewpoints and suggestions from the public on technology governance. So we treat public opinion data as the carrier of the wisdom of the masses. So here we choose 6 kinds of data sources. The first one is government agency. We chose the official websites of the government agencies focus on policy announcements, policy interpretations, and news updates. The second source is tech media, like Science and Technology Daily, ScienceNet. The third is self-media. We choose a lot of self-media accounts focus on science and technology. The fourth is official media, like Xinhua News, Guangming Daily, China News Daily. And the fifth is research institution, for example, the office website of Chinese Academy of Sciences. The sixth source is web portals, like NetEase News, Sohu News, and Tencent News. So finally, we collected the public opinion data from more than 5,000 websites, channels, and more than 2,000 self-media accounts. Total data entries are more than 20 million. In terms of method, there are 3 steps. The first step is talkie text extract. The core question to be solved in this step is how to locate the talkie text that may contain technology governance perspectives from the public opinion data. The second step is identification and classification. The core question is how to determine whether the talkie text contains technology governance perspectives and how to classify perspectives onto the governance framework. And the third step is discover the features and insights. The core question is how to discover the features and the insights of the technology governance from public opinion data based on the categorized perspectives. So in the first step, we use the feature word matching to extract technology governance talkie text from the public opinion data. First, we constructed a dictionary of feature words, and all of the words are in Chinese. And then we used the dictionary to extract the talkie text from the public opinion data by the regular expressions. And in the second step, we used the pre-trained model to classify the technology governance perspectives onto our framework. Our technology governance framework contains 10 elements. In promotion framework, there are 6 elements, including strategy and policy design, innovative organizational model, and so on. In regulation framework, there are 4 elements, including risk management, public policy governance, and so on. So the classification of technology governance perspectives is a multi-class classification question. So first, we labeled thousands of data with 10 elements manually. And then we use BERT for data vectorization and classification. The accuracy rate of the classification is about 19%. And in the final step, we use the categorized perspectives to discover the features and insights. And here, first, we use the time series analyze and the visualization method to analyze the focus and the evolution of the technology governance. And then we use the word frequency analyze and social network to find the typical governance measures. And the final part is a case study. We took artificial intelligence technology as an example to say the features and insights of AI governance. And during 2020 to 2021, there are more than 7,000 technology governance perspectives on AI totally. And the promotion perspectives holds the majority, and the proportion exceeding 6% in full-time windows. And the number of regulation perspectives is increasing gradually, the proportion exceeding 40% in the fourth window. So we can see that the AI technology governance is gradually transitioning from promotion to regulation. In terms of promoting AI, industry development and human resources are important governance elements to promote AI and continue to maintain a high proportion. And also the strategy and the policy and the resource allocation are gradually declining. So the main governance measures for industry development elements include the construction of standard systems, intellectual property protection, integration of industry and education, and the landing of tax incentives. In terms of regulating AI, the research management and ethical governance are important governance elements to regulate AI and continue to maintain a high proportion. But the legal governance and the public policy governance require in-depth attention. The main governance measures for the risk management elements include risk identification and early warning, data security, information security, and cyber security. So in summary, the public opinion data contains a large number of technology governance perspectives, such as suggestions, measures, and actions. Mining the public opinion data can help us quickly discover the features and insights of technology governance from the wisdom of the masses, which is conducive to the effective participation of the wisdom of the masses in technology governance. And now the existing achievements have been integrated into a network platform. So that's all I want to share. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Effective and fast.
Oh, can anyone
Very
hear me?
effective and fast. So is there any question for our presenters?
Hi.
Anyone?
I'm the last one to present.
No?
I'm the last one to present.
Sorry?
I'll wait. Hello? Hello, I'm the last one. I'm the last one to present.
I heard that 5 times.
I just don't know what's going on.
No, it's the other one, I think.
No, I'm the last one. I still need to present my paper.
No, no, this is the. No.
It's nothing to print it from.
Yeah, I look at online, that's the online version I got, because I'm a virtual one, I need to present today.
We heard you.
What's going on here?
Check it, but it's not in my schedule.
But it's on the online PDF document, I can share
On the
documents.
program. It's on the program. It is.
Yeah, it's on the program.
Yeah.
It's on the program. Here is my presentation today. I'm traveling. I still spend all those time waiting for today. What's going on? I also sent an email to NC before.
It's in the, maybe you're presenting?
Yeah, I'm presenting. I'm waiting for what's going on here.
Yeah, I will ask, of course.
Because it's on today's schedule.
Did you close the, oh no, it's here.
On the program.
Yeah, yeah.
Just like mine was.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Tell me the
Can you
name.
hear me?
Marco, which is in, yeah, of course.
I'm on the last one on the schedule. I look at the schedule. That's the one. I'm on last one.
Can I ask if Iris Xior, Mrs. Wang is here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay,
Iris.
okay,
I'm
yeah.
Iris here.
No, yeah. Yes, you were in the classes on the schedule. That's why we missed you, but you are here and we are ready to listen to you. So
Okay, thank you.
just give me a second.
I can share screen, so I can make a quick presentation because I don't want to keep people stay too long.
I cannot hear you. I'm sorry.
I don't want to keep people too long, so I will make my presentation short.
Okay, it's okay. But if you want, you can just speak a little. Okay, yes.
I shared my screen.
If you want, you can just speak a little bit more louder because the connection is really, not good, and we cannot hear you so clear.
Can you guys hear me?
Can you? Yes, okay. Afterwards, we have the chat. Just we have any questions. So the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Just one second. I just want to make sure.
Sorry. Just one moment, please.
Okay.
Again.
Let me know when you guys are ready.
Yes, we are done.
Okay. So because of time limitation, I want to make sure I can just do a quick one. So can you guys see the slides?
Yeah. We can see them.
Okay, great. So basically, this study is we funded by MS project and trying to designing digital library to support blind visual impaired user. And this
Excuse me, can you
focused
speak any louder, please? We can't hear you well.
I can hear her.
Yeah.
I think I speak the loudest I can. Can you?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this paper will focus on methodological reflection on a large-scale project that designing digital library to support blind visual impaired user. And my name is Iris here from University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee, and the rest of the courses are my doctoral students, Sean, Hayang Sun, and Tihi. And try to go quickly with the presentation here. The research gap mainly is, when there are more research on accessibility, usability for people with disability involving BVI user and other stakeholder, but there is a lack of detail of application of research methods and also lack of discussion of challenges of applying methods and lack of discussion of how to resolve challenges of using specific methods. So the research objectives of this study is try to address the following issue, and in particular, how to recruit blind visual impaired user, and also scholars, experts, and DL developers, and the associated challenge we encountered and our solution, and also the employment of different type of data collection methods, and also the associated challenge and solutions. And the last one will be data analysis techniques we applied and the associated challenge and the solution we have. The data resource for this study is the research project, large-scale research project. Mainly, I want to show you here, we conducted 3 studies. The first one is user study, second one is comparison study, the last one is the evaluation study. And the user study, we recruited 64 BVI user. And by this study, we look at the published manuscripts we have done and the research data we had and the IRB material. For the data collection, we use pre-questionnaire interview, think aloud protocol, transition logs, and diaries. And the data analysis mainly on the open coding part. For the comparison study, we have 150 participants with among them 50 BVI users, 50 scholar experts, and 50 DL developers. We also look at published manuscripts and research data IRB material as well. And for that one, mainly it's an in-depth survey. It takes about 40 minutes to 1 hour for them to do. And we used 1 week and over there. And for the evaluation study, we recruited 31 digital library developers and also look at unpublished manuscript and research data and IRB material. And we used in-depth survey and a focus group, and also used a Crusoe wellness test. And for the data source themselves for this study, we mainly, as we talk about, use the document analysis, and we had 2 rounds of group discussion. The first round, we look at the sampling, data collection methods, data analysis methods, and discuss the strengths, limitation, lessons learned when applying those methods. And second round, we further expanded our initial discussion and have some in-depth part. So the methods applied, the methodological reflection is a focus on sampling, data collection, and data analysis. For the sampling part, for BVI users, the main problem is they do not trust people. So the recruitment is mainly through national BVI organizations such as NFB. And that really gave us a big change for the recruiting part. And recently we're doing a second study for the mobile version of that, and we received several hundred responses. So going through that make a difference there. We also using snowball sampling techniques, which in this way we can ask people to referring the other BVI users they know. So the main issue is trust issue, and also how to recruit large sample of subjects. And we also recruited scholar experts, DL developers. Interestingly, we found it's much more difficult to recruit scholar experts, developers than the BVI user, because there's no organization with that, even though we went through different listservs and several of the other organizations, but the response rate is a little bit different. And the challenge part is also, how do we verify? Because sometimes we find some people respond, but they're not actually who they claim who they are. So we check the websites for title and also check the LinkedIn for that kind of thing there too. For the data collection, we used questionnaire, interview, think aloud, transition logs, and the diary part. The main problem is with challenge is think aloud protocol use, because the BVI users are not familiar with that, and it's always difficult, and because they have a little bit overwhelmed with their screen reader and with the system, and then they also have to think aloud. So we find that it's probably more useful to do a little bit training beforehand. That's why we had the orientation part that make a difference for them. And also the lessons learned for our second study, and we're currently conducting. We are now not going through the Moray software. We're going the Microsoft Teams there, because their chat function makes it easy for us to interact with each other. And for the diary, originally we thought diary will help us to effectively collect data, but for BVI user, to some extent, it's difficult for them. And many of them have some issues, so we have to call them to interact with them, to discuss with them some of the diary format. Even though we give them very detailed instruction, we still have to make a phone call to make sure they understand them, and also make sure there is an absolute deadline so they will submit their diaries on time, because otherwise people can let it go for a long time there. And if possible, diary might not be effective approach. So now we find the Microsoft Teams software. It might be better to use the Microsoft Teams software than to use diary, because originally we're thinking using diary helps to recruit participants across the country. And for the other, BVI uses scholar experts and DL developers. We use in-depth survey for the comparison study. And because of this in-depth survey, it is very difficult for people to do because it's a time commitment. People normally have the impression they only need to fill in 5-10 minutes. With this such a long one, it's difficult for them. So we have to cut the guidelines into half and provide a more PDF file of the whole guideline so they don't have to look at each one by one online. And for the evaluation study, we mainly recruit developers to discuss. So we use our guideline as a kind of criterion for them to assess the current digital library, including Library of Congress Digital Collection, DPLA, House of Trust, Art Store, and National Science Digital Library. And then to look at their violations, help us to improve our design guideline. And the folks group, normally, we did using one unique thing we find is we used the Canvas learning management system to conduct our online focus group. So participants discuss the guidelines they compile in developing digital libraries and challenges they encountered. And that demonstrated a very useful kind of tools for conducting focus group, because we can do it asynchronously. So they don't have to do it synchronously there too. The only thing is you do need to really monitor the discussion very carefully, and because some of them did not participate on time, and some of them did not discuss all aspects of the questions. So we have to send the remind email messages. We also have to, the moderator have to carefully check all the messages and remind them. For the data analysis methods, the quantitative methods we used almost, all kind of them. And the main issue is, of course, small size, because of the difficulty to recruit subjects. And that's still the issue for conducting quantitative methods, because especially statistical analysis, because without enough number of subjects, it's difficult to do any statistical analysis there. So the non-parametric test were performed. For qualitative methods, and we try to use open coding, identify the situations they encounter, the factors, coping tactics, and also different type of violations. And the open coding mainly is try to come up with the right label, right definition, and we also use intercoder reliability. So compared with the previous research, our study really suggesting, as we talk about, try to using more national association to recruit BVI user, different listserv or organization to recruit the scholar experts and developers. And we need to really try to build a connection with those organizations and try to also validate pre-qualification and requirement. And for the data collection methods, it is important to use, to try to design your study and to do a little bit training for the users. And also for the diaries, we need to come up with clear instruction, direct communication, clarification. I think the focus group really is, more effective for the professionals. And for the data analysis, still, even though it's data analysis, but large sample size is needed for inferential data analysis, and try to do more qualitative research for exploratory nature. The other thing is we also need to collaborate with blind researchers, which they know more about how blind users, how they understand them. And the other thing we try to do repeatedly, review the video and transcript to understand the context of what they try to do for the process. So basically, that's what we want to go. We did a study to look at all the sampling, data collection, data analysis to use blind and visual impaired user and try to resolve those problems. And, because of time limitation, I try to do it very quickly. So here is my contact information. If anyone interested, you can always send me email. Thank you.
Thank you, Aris. It was very good and very interesting. So if there is any questions now? Nobody? Anybody? Okay, I think we can conclude that it was a very fruitful session. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, speakers. Thank you, presentators. See you tomorrow.
Hi, that's so ridiculous. My God, I had